No, God is always there for me. Yeah, through the sunshine or through the rain, through the pleasure or through the pain, God is always there for me. So I met this old man. He was so poor, didn't hold no bed, so we slept on the floor. He's always smiling, never heard him complain. He said I've proven God again and again. So no matter what the circumstances may be, God is always there for me. Yeah. Through the sunshine or through the rain, through the pleasure or through the pain, God is always there for me. No matter what the circumstances may be, yeah, God is always there for me. Yeah. Through the good times or through the bad, through the happy times or through the sad, God is always there for me. The landlord wears the rent, school fee due, partner to our bonds, and the youth them need you. Friends all ask me what I'm gonna do. I smile and tell them that God will see me through. So no matter what the circumstances may be, yeah, God is always there for me. Yeah, through the sunshine or through the rain, through the pleasure or through the pain, God is always there for me. So no matter what the circumstances may be, God is always there for me. Yeah, through the good times or through the bad, through the happy times or through the sad, God is always there for me. I met this old man. He was so poor, he didn't hold no bed, so we slept on the floor. He's always smiling, I never heard him complain. He said I've proven God again and again. So no matter what the circumstances may be, God is always there for me. Yeah. Through the sunshine or through the rain, through the pleasure or through the pain, God is always there for me. No matter what the circumstances may be, no, God is always there for me. Yeah. Through the good times or through the bad, through the happy times or through the sad, God is always there for separate me from your love, my Jesus. Nothing will be able to turn me away from you. I love you, Father. Anyhow, the afflictions of the righteous, the hearts of men getting more and more vicious. Brutality is on the increase. Tell me, when the love of God sees no power on earth to separate me from your love, my Jesus, nothing will be this level of crime, only love can eradicate. We must demand justice from the church and the state, and confess to God all our evil ways, and He will give us so much better days when we show love to each and every brother. Love will return to protect mother, daughter, sister. Let's hope in our heart to those who are in need, who never receive love. Come, let's sow some seed. No power on earth to separate me from love. Love my Jesus. Nothing will be able to turn me away from you. I love you, Heavenly Father. No power on earth to separate me from love. I love you, my Jesus. Nothing will be able to turn me away from you. No, 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 no power on
Welcome to all my listeners and viewers. Yes, this is Rebel Radio. And as we indicated to you 2 weeks ago that we are going to continue paying tribute to our principal of the Muros Primary School, Miss Andrea Edwards. She died. And today we are going to be talking with the children at the Muros Primary School. They are going to be paying their tribute to their teacher. Yes. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, miss. Yes, ma'am. Yes, so we would like to talk with, we want the children to pay their tributes to their teacher.
Okay.
Yes, so I'm saying we want the students.
I'm not hearing you so clearly.
Are you hearing me?
Yes, I'm hearing you now.
Okay. Now I'm saying that we want the students to pay their tributes to Miss Edwards, their principal. So
yes.
you have them lined up there. You want to talk to them one by one or two by two, whatever. Are they ready?
I'm going to get them. I'm going to get them.
Yes. Yes.
Let me get the girls. Let me get them together and then.
Yes.
You want to call back in about 5 minutes so I can get them together and get them in one place.
All right. All right. I will call you. I will call back.
Okay, no problem then.
Yes. Yes. So as I said, we are giving the children of Muros Primary School in St. Anne the opportunity to pay tribute to their fallen principal, Miss Edwards. Yes, a wonderful, wonderful lady. And you remember 2 weeks ago we paid tribute here to her with the members of the PTA, teachers, and members of the community. They are planning a function there, an event at the school. We will hear some more about that, but that event is for members of the community to pay who will be unable to attend the funeral. So they are going to have members of the community and other people, officials from the education ministry. And I said other people are going to be there, but you will hear some more about that shortly. Yes. And we are going to be talking to members of the nursing profession. Yes, a little at 4 this evening. We are going to be talking about that grievous, brutal assault on a nurse. And the accused has been slapped with multiple charges. I see on social media pictures of the alleged accused was circulated, but I saw a WhatsApp. I saw a message was circulated on WhatsApp yesterday. Yes, yesterday I think, where someone was saying that the name that is out there, that person is a KC old boy, and he was not the person. Well, I am not too certain about that. I don't know. I can't make any serious comment about that. What I do know is I heard the police news report from the police saying that the accused has been charged and is still in custody, right? But I have not seen the video myself, but yes, I saw part of it, where the accused, had the nurse on the ground with his foot on her head. Now, my initial reaction to that, that I believe that man, whoever he is, that he has a problem. Because if you are driving, this is not a case where another car crashed into your car. You stopped in the road. The person behind you is saying, clear the road, I want to go about my business. And you are lighted from your car and attack the other person and make it worse. It's a woman. The man has a gun in his hand. So why are you attacking a woman with a gun? What is the reason for that? And beating her mercilessly? I just can't understand. I believe that whoever that person is, he has a problem. I don't know what is the problem, But he has a problem. And he needs to have that checked out. Because and I understand that the man is 65 years old. No, that is a big man. The complainant could be his daughter. No, when you're attacking a woman like that, you don't remember that you have a wife, you have daughter, you have nieces. Would you like somebody to attack your female companion and relatives like that? No, something is wrong there. Something is totally out. And, the matter is going before the court. So the court will address it. But a brutal thing. And then there is another brutal matter. Yes, you will remember that this UTech student, think a week ago, that this new a UTech student went missing. Yes. Now, I saw a report where the police are confident that the they found some skeletal remains in Fort Clarence. Yes, in southern St. Catherine there. And they are confident that those remains are that of this missing student, first year student at UTEC, Anissa Dilworth. Yes. That's another brutal incident. Brutal, and I think we know, and those people who don't know should understand that there are some brutes out there. Yes, there are some brutes in the society, and you have to be careful. You have to be careful, because these evil men are ruthless. Yes, let me try to get back to Muir House now, to talk with the students down there, as we want to pay tribute to the principal. Yes, hello.
I'm hearing you.
Okay, all right. So we have with us a teacher at the Muir House Primary School, and she has assembled the students. So are they ready to talk
Yes,
now, miss?
Yes, I guess they are. They're all here with me.
Okay, so how we want to talk with them one individually, right? So put on the first one. Let me talk to her.
All right, so we'll start with the head boys.
Who is this?
Head boy. What's the name? My name is Stepboy Mafori.
Okay, good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon. Are you hearing me?
Yeah.
Yes. And go ahead, tell the audience your name and go ahead with your tribute. Tell us your name.
My name is Stepboy Mafori, and I'm here for a tribute of our principal, our past principal, Miss Edwards.
Okay. Yes, sir. So what do you remember about Miss Edwards, sir?
So I remember Miss Edwards was a very caring person, loving person. So like, if she can't do nothing certain, I always tell her like good ways to do it. I don't know.
Yes. So you missed her.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Okay. And what would you like to say to the other students who I'm sure are feeling like you?
So to be wise.
Mm-hmm.
So to be wise.
Yes.
So stop the bullying in the school.
Yes, sir. Yes. So. Yes. So you want to say something else? Say whatever you want to say.
No, sir.
Huh?
So nothing else, sir.
Okay. Well, pass the phone to your other student, your other colleague.
All right, so we're gonna move to the head girl.
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Yes. What is your name?
My name is Sarah Thomas.
Okay. Yes. So go ahead with your tribute.
Okay, so my is to give a tribute to the past principal, Miss Edwards,
She was a loving kid. She was loving and a caring person. Um, she was a loving and caring person. She was always there for if you cannot do anything, she was always there to encourage you to do it. If you're not,
Yes, go ahead, go ahead.
she was always there. She is a loving and caring person. She was always there to encourage you to do things. If you can't do it, she will always tell you that you can do it and you will do it.
Yes, yes. Okay. What do you remember? What stick in your memory about your principal?
Can you repeat, please?
Yeah, tell me something that stick in your memory about your late principal. Something that you remember most about her.
She was always encouraging.
She was always encouraging students, right?
Yes.
And you missed her, right? Do you miss her?
Can you repeat?
I'm asking if you miss your principal. You missed her?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, let us pray and hope that she will rest in peace. You want to say something more?
No, thank you.
Okay. Let me talk. Let me put me on. Put on another one. Put on another of your colleague.
Prefect.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Yes. Go ahead. So tell us your name. Hello.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Shadin Watson, a prefect.
Okay.
Here to, I'm here to pay tribute in honor of my past principal, Mr. Coates.
Yes. Go ahead.
He said he was always he said he was always helping. He's a very kind and caring principal. She was always there to tell them. When the students were doubting themselves, she was always there to tell them that they can do it. They just have to believe in themselves and work hard.
Yes. Okay. And she, I can imagine that you will always remember her, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Is there anything that stick in your mind, something that stay in your memory about your principal?
So when I was doing a test, sir, and after I was finished with it, sir, I was saying that I failed, sir, but she came in and said, just believe, and just believe, and keep saying you can do it.
Okay. Yes, sir. Yes, yes. What form you are in? What grade you are in?
Grade 6, sir.
Oh, grade 6. Okay. And when will you graduate?
So you graduate July 1st.
Oh, July. Yes, sir. Okay. Repeat your name again. What is your name?
Shadin Watson.
You're from
Shadin Watson.
You're from Euros or you're from Kensington? Are you from
Mere House, sir.
Okay. And what is your I am a Muros man, you know. I am a past student of that school, you know. That is my school, Muros Primary. What is your name of your father?
Yes, yes, sir.
What is the name of your father?
Silver Watson.
Silbert Watson. Okay. All right, Mr. Watson. Take care of yourself, right?
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Let,
All right, so we'll be moving to another person.
yes, ma'am.
Good evening.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Good evening. Tell us your name.
My, my name is Daniel Daly. I am the prefect from Melrose Primary and Infant.
Yes. And you want to pay tribute to your past principal, your late principal.
Yes, sir.
Right. Go ahead, sir.
Sir, the principal and
I'm not hearing you. Repeat what you said.
since she's a kind and loving person, sir, and I will always remember her.
Yes. Okay. What grade you are in?
Sir, I'm in grade 6.
Okay. All right. Yes, sir. You will always remember your missaid words, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yes. And what has happened to you since the principal died? How are you coping?
Sir, I try to,
Okay.
with the help of the other people.
Yes. Yes. And what are your fellow students? What are they saying?
Sir, they are saying they miss her.
Okay, sir. Yes. All right, sir. Take care of yourself.
Okay, sir.
Yes.
Good afternoon, my name is Rani Ochensi. I am new to the tribute of my principal.
Repeat your name.
Rani Ochensi.
Okay.
Rani Ochensi.
Yes. Yes, go ahead
I
with your
love my principal. Please repeat.
Yeah, go ahead. I said go ahead with your tribute.
Our teacher was loving and kind. She helped us through a lot of things, through exams, and be encouraged and loving to each other. Don't bully others.
No, repeat what you said. I didn't hear you.
Repeat.
Yes, repeat what you said.
I said our teacher is loving and kind. Encourage everyone to do the right, not the wrong things for others.
All right. What grade you are in? What grade?
Okay, Ralik is getting a bit emotional right now.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
All right.
We'll move to the next person.
Yes.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Jonathan Macam, and I will be sharing a tribute in the honor of our past principal, Miss Edwards.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, sir.
So she was a loving and kind principal. She always encouraged not only me, but all of us to do our best.
Yes. And she, as you said, she helped the students with their lessons and encouraged them to do their best. That was good.
Yes.
Yeah. And I can. Did you love your principal?
Repeat again, sir.
No. Did you love your principal?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yes, sir. So, how have you been coping since her death?
Repeat that, sir.
How have you been coping? Have you been crying?
I've been breathing, but I've been breathing, sir.
I didn't hear that. Repeat that.
Repeat, sir.
No, I said, have you been crying?
No, sir.
Okay. Yes. Well, all right. Okay then, sir. Miss, I want to, Miss. Hello, Miss. Hello? Hello, I want you to, Miss, I want you to hold it there for me. We are going to take a break. Just hold it. Hold it for me, right? We are talking to the students at Muros Primary School, paying tribute to their late teacher. Yes, let us take a break.
Okay, sir.
Drink and please never gonna tease her. Bang bang. You don't know so rubber dub egg tonic wine, the finest wine. So all of the man them wanna tune into the wine here, you know. You say if you don't want to go long and strong, you just tune into rubber dub.
It's Tools Hardware and Supplies new arrival super sale. Big savings, widest selection on all new arrivals for all your home improvement needs. Beautiful tiles, sleek windows, stylish doors, sanitary ware, and top quality flooring for your bathroom, your kitchen, or living room. Tools got you covered. Don't miss it.
So, come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware. Shine, 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 shine. Shine, 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 shine. JPS, let's go.
Oh, Jamaica rise, we're built with fire, passion and vibes, and through it all there's a glow inside. Let's keep our shine alive.
From the market to the factory floors, from the hillside green to golden shores.
We're reaching heights, our energy that lights the sky. Shine bright, Jamaica. Shine bright, Jamaica. Feel the rhythm, we're on track. Feel it, feel it. Together we rise, together we climb. JPS Jamaica, together we shine.
Shine from the ends, shine with your family, shine with your friends. Light up the streets and make the vibes blend. Yo, JPS and make the shine never end.
God in the day, there's still God in the night. Life is easy when you're on top of the mountain. You've got peace of mind like you never know. Yeah, but things change when you're down in the valley. Don't lose faith, or you're never alone. For the God of the mountain is still God in the valley. When things goes wrong, He'll make them right. And God of the good times,
Yes, welcome back to Rebel Radio. Yes, and we are paying tribute to the late principal of the Muirhouse Primary School, Miss Andrea Edwards. And today we are talking to the students of the Muirhouse Primary School. Yes, they are paying their tribute to their fallen teacher. Yes, miss, you're ready with another student there, right?
Yes, I'm ready. She's right here beside me.
Okay.
Good afternoon.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon. What is your name?
Anna Casey.
Repeat that.
My name is Anna.
Your name is?
Your name is Anna Casey.
Anna Casey.
Okay. All right, Miss Siblings, go ahead and pay your tribute.
I'm here for the cause of our principal. Our principal.
I'm not hearing you.
I'm here for the passing our
I don't know that sound in the background there. That is a yes. If Miss, if you take them, you have them on speaker. You have they're on speakerphone, right?
They are, so they can hear you clearly.
Take them off the speakerphone.
All right.
There's a background sound there that is, interrupting the broadcast. Now let you go ahead now.
Yeah.
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Yes, I'm hearing you now. Go ahead.
I'm here for the passing of our principal.
Yes. Okay. And what do you remember about your principal?
Sir, she always told me to keep up the good work.
Yes. And you missed her, right?
Sir?
Do you miss her?
Yes, sir.
Yes. And were you crying when you heard that she died?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yes. And your classmates, what they said about her death?
Repeat.
What your classmates said about the death?
Crying.
They cry too?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yes. So You will always remember your principal.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Take care.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Miss.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, good afternoon. What is
My
your
name
name?
is Ashley Stewart.
Yes.
Ashley Stewart.
Okay. And you want to pay tribute to your principal. Go ahead.
I am here to give a short tribute of our past principal, Miss Edwards.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
If we need any accessories like sharp pens or rubber, she would give us.
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead. I'm hearing you. Go ahead.
And if we feel down, sir, she will always lift us up.
Yes.
Okay. Sir, and she was also kind.
She was?
Also kind.
Okay. Yes. Yes, sir.
All right.
So I can imagine that you miss your principal very much, sir. Miss?
Sir?
No, I said you miss your principal. You are sorry that she has died.
Sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, continue to take in your lessons and do well, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yes. Miss. Hello, Miss.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Let me talk to another student. Let me talk to the teacher. Put me on to the teacher.
Good afternoon.
Yes. Oh, good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon. What's your name? Go ahead. Tell me your name. What's your name?
My name is Cynthia. I'm the deputy head girl of Mary's Primary and Junior High School.
Mm-hmm. What would you like to say about your late principal?
She was a good principal.
No, repeat. I didn't hear that. I didn't hear that.
She was a good principal.
Yes. She was a good principal.
She was caring and she was nice.
Yes.
And loving.
Okay. All right. That's very, very good. Very, very good. Yes. All right. Give back the phone to the teacher.
He always encouraged me to.
Yeah. All right. Let me talk to the teacher. Hello, teacher.
Hello. I'm here again.
Yes, miss. So I understand that an event is being planned at the school for people who will not be able to attend her funeral. Is that so?
Go again?
I said I understand that an event is being planned to be held at the school for I think it's this week, is it so?
Yes, that's it.
What is what? It's a 9-night function, like?
It's the 12th of June
Oh, the 12th
in
of,
the
12th
in
of
the evening.
Oh, and that who are invited to that function?
Hello, good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon.
This is Mr. Richard. Yeah, this is Mrs. Balfour now.
Yes, yes.
A teacher at the school. And Spencer Wilson. We are hoping to have an evening of reflections.
Yes.
That's on the 12th of June, a week before the funeral.
Yes, yes. And so
it will incorporate the entire community at large.
Okay.
Persons will be coming.
Okay. Yes. So all members of the community are invited to that event on the 12th of June.
Yes.
Okay. That's a good gesture. Yes. You're a member of staff, okay, right?
Yes, I am.
Yes. So tell us how do you give me your reflection of Miss Edwards as someone who work with her?
Oh yes. I have known her many years before I started working here because I started working here 2020, September of 2020.
Yes.
And we had a bond, and hearing of her passing, it affected me greatly, and remembering her as a person who is very God-fearing, and she's always encouraging me, whenever, how to cope and how to manage these situations as they are. Sometimes I really sit and wonder, why it has to be, but then, it is appointed to man to die,
yes.
And it is something that we should be expecting, but when the reality is, it's kind of very mournful and you will have regrets, but then God knows best, and they're trying to cope. I am trying to cope, usually sometimes when I enter the school and know that I'm not going to see her again, I feel like I really don't want to be here, but with God and the prayers that are going up and we know that we have to continue, because the children are depending on us and the community is depending on us.
Yes, ma'am. That's
so we're trying to cope. We're working and we're looking forward to the evening of reflection. We're looking forward to the burial and everything.
Yes. The date for the funeral has not been finalized as yet.
Yes, it's for the 21st of June. So we're having our event the week before.
Where the funeral service will be held?
It will be held at the Brownstone Tabernacle Church, and the burial will be seen on the same grounds.
Okay. Brownstone Tabernacle Church. And that will be on the 21st of June.
Yes, 21st of June.
Okay.
So we're looking forward. It's kind of hard, but we have to just keep trusting God through all of this.
All right. Okay. All right. Are there? Thank you very much. Are there any other students who want to say something?
No, because no, there's no other child beside there who wants to see the
Okay. Well, I want to thank you very much and thank to all members of staff. And
Yes.
I want you to know that that school, as is my former school, you know, miss. That school is my school.
So I get to understand that you're a past student of the school.
Yes, yes, it's my school. That yes. So
It's a great school.
yeah,
You just have to keep building, you know,
yes.
for the generations to come.
So as I said, I want to extend my thanks, and Rebel Radio want to extend its condolences to the family and friends of Mrs. Edwards, and we want to encourage all members of staff at the school to keep the faith and
Thank you so much.
keep up the good work
Yes.
and try and maintain the legacy left by Miss Edwards.
Yes, we will continue on her legacy. Great memories
Yes.
and a great work.
Okay. So thank you very much,
Okay, thank you.
and keep the faith. Keep up the faith. Okay.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for having us.
All right. Yes.
Okay, bye-bye.
Yeah. So that was our tribute to the principal of the Muros Primary. And we had, we heard from the children today. And when I listened to them, each student spoke about the kindness and the lovingness, how the principal encouraged them to do their lessons, believe in themselves. Yes. Each student who spoke today reminded us of those qualities of the late principal. It is really something that, death is a reality, but as I said, it's something that really we have to think about. It's a road for us all, yes, but as I said, it really that struck a blow, yes. Well, we are also watching what is happening in North Central St. Andrew. The Central Executive of the Jamaica Labour Party, they met yesterday, and I think they should have arrived at a decision as to who will represent the party in that constituency. Delano Seawright was the man who was campaigning, but he suspended his campaign last week. And we are yet to hear whether whether he will continue or Tavares Finson, that is, will replace him. I don't know. I am hearing a report that both candidates, this is something that I have not checked out, both candidates have withdrawn their candidacy, and the sitting MP, right? That is Mr. Carl Samuda, who indicated that he was hanging up his gloves. But now I understand, as I said, that he will be, Mr. Samuda has decided to contest the upcoming elections. That is something that, as I said, I heard that, but I don't believe it. Yes, I am trying to check it out to find out if that is true. But so far, you know, I have not had any confirmation about that. That is something that I can't understand why Mr. Samuda would decide to continue to represent the constituency where, after indicating that he was bowing out. I don't understand that at all. But I'm going to check it out. Yes. You remember, and you know, we Marcia Erskine, that powerful member of our profession. And you remember Marcia left us last year. But one of I remember his family had announced that they were going to put up a scholarship to honor the legacy of Marcia Erskine. Yes. And the latest on that is that the family of the late Marcia Erskine, a distinguished journalist and communications professional, is proud to announce the establishment of the Marcia Erskine Scholarship Fund at the University of the West Indies with a US 100,000 Jamaican dollar 15 million endowment. The scholarship established in memory of Marcia's remarkable contributions to journalism and public relations aims to support and empower future female journalism students at UWI. Yes, so the Marcia Erskine Scholarship, yes, is now a reality. Born in Port of Spain, Trinidad, Marcia was a trailblazer in the media industry, leaving an indelible mark on journalism across the Caribbean. With a degree in mass communication from UWI, Marcia began a prolific career that spanned decades. She started her journey in the 70s working with renowned newspapers such as Trinidad Guardian, the Trinidad Express, before joining the Jamaica Gleaner in 1981. Yes. Throughout her career, Marcia held various influential roles, including editor of the Tourist Guide of the Jamaica Gleaner, managing director of her Kingston-based PR firm, Marcia Erskine and Associates. She also provided invaluable communication support to prominent organizations such as the Jamaica Hotel and Tourist Association, CIBC, British Airways, and ESPN Caribbean. The Marcia Erskine Scholarship Fund will provide full tuition for 3 years of studies at the UWI, ensuring that talented and deserving female students can pursue their passion for journalism. By honoring Marcia's legacy through this scholarship, the Erskine family seeks to inspire and support the next generation of female journalists, empowering them to make meaningful contributions to the media landscape of the Caribbean and beyond. Yes. So students can now apply for the Marcia Erskine Scholarship. Yes. So that is a very good move. Very good move, and we applaud the family, because, as I said on this program, that Marcia was a giant, and as viewers and listeners of Rebel Radio will recall that between last year and this year, we have lost some giants of the profession. Yes. Yes, the last time we lost Owen James and Miss Smith. Yes. Those are the two last soldiers who went down. But we who are alive, we continue to do the work and salute our soldiers. May their soul rest in peace. Let us go for a break. This is Rebel Radio.
Rubber-dub 8 tonic wine, the finest wine. So all of the man them want to tune into the wine here, you know. You say if you don't want to go long and strong, you just tune into Rubber-dub.
Tools, hardware and supplies is holding up the heat this summer with their super saving summer sale. Prices are slashed on everything you need to fix up your home. Beautiful tiles, sleek doors, top quality windows, modern sanitary ware, exclusive flooring and more. At Tools, hardware and supplies, we have you covered for the summer.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hard Hills.
Oh, Jamaica rise, we're built with fire, passion and vibes, and through it all there's a glow inside. Let's keep our shine alive.
From the market to the factory floors, from the hillside green to golden shores.
We're reaching heights, energy that lights the sky. Shine bright, Jamaica. Shine bright, Jamaica. Feel the rhythm, we're on track. Feel it, feel it. Together we rise, together we climb. JPS Jamaica, together we shine.
Shine for the ends, shine with your family, shine with your friends. Light up the streets and make the vibes blend. Yo, JPS and make the shine never end.
All things are possible if you only believe. Sitting at home, all alone, wondering what tomorrow may bring. He of little faith, dig deeper within. Healing the sick, he raised the dead, he walked on the sea. He worked miracles if you only believe. Only believe, only believe. All things are possible if you only believe. believe, only believe, only believe. All things are possible if you only believe. Lord, show me the way to do your will, and I will obey. I want to be your servant. On my knees I pray. Lord, give me strength to carry on. Please lead the way, because I believe. Yes, I believe. Oh, I believe that all things are possible if you only believe. Only believe. Only believe. All things are possible if you only believe. Sitting at home, all alone, wondering what tomorrow may bring. He of little faith, dig deeper within. Healing the sick, he raised the dead, he walked on the sea. He worked miracles if you only believe. Only believe. Only believe. All things are possible if you only believe. Only believe. Only believe. All things are possible if you only believe. If you only I do the message, Lord. I've got to say to you, I'm so tired of living a humble and country life. When you were attracted to the bright city lights, you had a lot of money to spend on pretty girls and lovely things. Just living it up as if you were a king. You had a whole lot of friends that you treated a vintage boy. But when the money went out, they didn't stick around this time. There was a famine on the land, and you didn't really have a dime. So you had to go out to stay and feed with swine. But I will rise and go to my Father. I will rise and go to my Lord. Though I'm not worthy to be your son, but I could still be your servant. So I will rise and go to my Lord. There was a time when you realized that you went wrong, when you found out how material things have gone. You've been living like a rolling stone, no more will you roam. For there's a welcome for the prodigal son back home.
Yes, and we are talking with Mr. Val Wint, and Val is the PNP candidate for Northeastern Manchester. Now, that constituency is a constituency where Manor Yard, right? Mr. Hardley Shaw is the sitting member of parliament, and Hardley is the longest serving member of parliament in St. Elizabeth. But it would appear as if it is Val's time now. Good afternoon, Mr. Wint.
Yes, good afternoon, Desmond.
Yes, sir.
And let me correct you. Let me correct you.
Yes.
It's the shore is in Northeast Manchester.
Yes. Yeah, that's what I said.
Right, okay. I thought you said St. Elizabeth. But nevertheless,
No, I said
a neighboring parish that we love also.
Yes, what I really wanted to do, I made an error, because what I needed to say that he is the longest service member of parliament in Central Jamaica. Manchester is in Central Jamaica, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. I cannot confirm, but if you say so.
Yeah, man, I know so.
Okay, Desmond. Good. Yes, man.
The constituency issues now, Mr. Wint. I know one of the things I know about Northeast has some issues. It's a farming community, I know that, and farmers, are try their best over there. But I know that there are some issues with water. And you know that there are some road issues too. Tell us about the constituency issues, Mr. Wint.
All right. Northeast Manchester.
Yes, sir.
Sits, yes, as is described, to the northeastern side of Manchester.
Yes.
We're up in the hills, with the main town being Christiana. We boast a hospital, the Percy Junior Hospital, very famous hospital.
Very famous hospital.
Type C hospital,
yes,
which serves not just us up in Northeast Manchester, but it serves the people of Clarendon, Trelawney, and Centre as well.
Yes.
The mainstay for most persons here in terms of economic activity is agriculture.
Mm-hmm.
Bauxite mining was, thing of the past. We don't have much bauxite activity in our place since the closing of the Kirkvine Works.
Yes.
That's a Windalco, previously known as Alkia. As it relates to our farming, our main crops are yam, Irish potato, sweet potato, and as we would call it, catch crops, yes, cabbage and that sort of stuff, tomato, etc. Farmers do pretty well up this side. The place is salubrious and we get adequate rainfall, but we still have challenges. Our main challenge at times is market. Okay. Market conditions fluctuate regularly this side. What we are experiencing now as I speak, that there's a very low price for Irish potato. Oh. And you would have recognized if you know about farming that we are the parish or the constituency that produce most of the Irish potato grown in Jamaica.
Yes, of course. Yes.
So, yes,
Manchester is known for that.
Right, and especially Northeast.
Yes.
The Dutch had discovered Northeast as a good place to grow Irish potato many, many years ago. In the 50s, I was told. And so we had developed a particular type of concept, and we, at one stage, had a potato co-op, that the potato growers would come together, and form this cooperative.
Yes.
And they will grow potato at a particular price. So you wouldn't have so much fluctuations in the end price, We would have storage facilities that would store it if we have a glut. We had a glut on the market, and we would put it back to market when there's a demand for potato on the market. As much as we plant a lot of Irish potato, our Irish potato is mainly for table use.
Yes.
As a potato that comes in for the fast food industry is of a different type. And, so we import that. It is imported into the area. There's one large importer this side who buys a lot of it and supplies the fast food chain.
Yes.
So the challenge we're currently having is that the price for this Irish potato at the moment is very, very low.
Oh my.
Farmers are being offered as low as $100 a pound for the Irish potato, a price that is certainly not sustainable, as it costs a lot from planting, from buying the seed, planting, spraying and bringing it to a point of reaping. Certainly, a pound cannot help a farm. The highest price we have fetched right now is $130 a pound.
Yes.
So here is it that we are certainly, if we had good facilities, then we could hold off on selling just now. But most of the storage facilities that were previously in use have gone into a state of disrepair since the co-op closed its door.
Oh my.
Yes. So there's a big challenge that is facing the farmers, and we really want to see a government intervention in this regard, so the farmers can be facilitated, or many of them will not be able to replant their potato.
Oh my.
We have similar occurrences with the yam itself at times, because there are times the yam price is so low that it costs more to plant than what we actually get for the product. There's a particular benchmark that we'd love to maintain so that farmers don't lose off of planting these crops. It not only does it discourage the farmers from planting, but it makes their lives a living hell, because the fact is, if you can't recover what you extended, then you certainly have no money for your own domestic purposes. You have, no money to send your children to school. You have no money to replant.
Yes.
So we really need to relook at the co-op. In addition to the co-op, we would really want to look at storage and developing cottage industries here in Northeast Manchester, so we can do, byproducts of many of the products that we plant. Potato chips and yam chips and, other kind of products like flour, etc. from the yam and so there's so much that we can do. I must say to you, in the early days of Manayard, when he just started his political sojourn here in Northeast Manchester, he had much talk about developing cottage industries. And this is something that struck my attention. I started listening to him because I thought that this was really the way to go.
Yes.
And I believe that the plans that he had were good plans, but they were never ever brought to fruition. So here is where I realize that when it comes to politics, we can't just push away plans because they are not ours. We have to embrace that which seems good. And if a man finds the idea but lacks their ability to implement, then you should move as long as you have the necessary skills to implement those good plans.
Yes, sir.
So this is something I will take from him. The re-establishment of cottage industries in Northeast Manchester, so our farmers can have a chance of surviving from agriculture. It is a mainstay, as I said before, and we really have to look at a way at sustaining agriculture. We saw quite recently where there was a grant given to Jamaica, where quite a bit of fertilizer came to the country, and I was told that it wasn't given to the farmers. For one reason or the other, I was told that quite a bit of this were put in stores to be sold. If that is so, that really, really would be sad. because our farmers need the necessary.
The Auditor General
I didn't get that.
The Auditor General did a report on that, you know, and they found some irregularities. Yes. So it is now left to see how RADA and the Agriculture Ministry is going to address that.
Well, it would seem to me that RADA is used as a pawn. RADA doesn't seem to have the necessary teeth that it needs. You know, RADA seems to take instructions from government and just do as government requires them to do. We have to be very careful we don't bring politics into agriculture, because farmers, though agriculture is what they live from, many of them have their own political affiliation and preferences.
Yes.
So when I become member of parliament, certainly, when it comes to distributing whatever assistance the farmers need, I certainly will not be looking at their political affiliation, because that does not work. You know, that really doesn't work, and it's victimizing one set of persons because of the color that they wear. Agriculture will really have to ensure that we have good food security in Jamaica. So we have to make sure that our farmers are sustained.
Mr. Wind, just repeat what you said earlier on, because we had some communication problem. Just repeat that sentence. A couple of sentences were lost. Repeat them, please.
Hello, are you?
Yes.
You hearing me? Are you hearing me?
Yes, I'm hearing you now.
Oh, okay. I am saying that food security, in this part, that we have sustainable farming practices. We have to make sure that the government gives to our farmers the necessary planting material and the necessary fertilizer and all the inputs that are necessary. Because we have to make sure we provide for our nation, because we are being faced with a trade war at this time.
Yes, sir.
We notice that the many tariffs that are being imposed across the territory will impact the food supply chain. And as a result of that, we may be faced with a serious case of food shortages in Jamaica. So I would implore that during this period, we should try to create plenty, that when the time of scarcity reaches us, we would have enough to support.
Yes, we should do that. We should do that, Mr.
This time,
yes.
And certainly, in government in the near future to put in place measures and have enough food to feed themselves.
Yes.
We up in Northeast Manchester, we will continue to play an important role as that stakeholder who ensure that the ground is tilled so that the rest of Jamaica can benefit from what we plant.
Yeah. What about
as it relates to
water? What about?
Yes. Manchester has always had water problems. And we hear the water table isn't as high as it is in, say, St. Elizabeth or Clarendon. So we get most of our water pumped up from these lower areas. Probably as close as Poros, which is a part of Manchester, really. But most of our water would be pumped up from St. Elizabeth.
Yes.
Now, but we do have a few rivers here. Up in the Cregget area, we have the Hector's River, which is pretty close to the main road. We do have couple springs. We have springs all over. Mount Denham, and we have springs. We have spring grounds. So wherever we have water sources, I do believe we should move along with the National, Water Commission or the, Water Authority to tune these areas so we can, safeguard against the problems we face during dry periods.
Yes.
So we could put adequate storage facilities in many of these areas. We collect water from the springs, the underground water, or from the rivers, like Hector's River and other streams that are in the particular area.
Yes.
Because I do believe that our agriculture, there are times when we have drought, very serious drought, and the farmers suffer severely. So we need water to help with irrigation in these areas. And I think much needs to be put in place for that, and great consideration should be given to that because we have arable lands here.
Yes.
So this is an area that we should look towards ensuring that every ounce, every inch of land that can be planted is planted. So our farmers can benefit, but not just us here, but the rest of Jamaica. So we really need to look at water for irrigation as it relates to potable water. We do have a pumping station in Northeast Manchester. And I must say to you that pumping station in the Merivale Road has been constructed from in the early 50s. I think it's 1952.
Oh, my.
Now, much improvement has been done to it, right? And, we have a lot of heavy siltation problems there. The dam is in need of repairs. The dam itself has been out of good function for a very long time. So all the boulders and rocks that come down when we have heavy rainfall tend to come in and occupy the space in the holding area. Okay. So the amount of water to pump is inadequate. So we don't have a continuous supply of water right through the time. Yes. I visited the plant not so long ago, and I myself, I'm a specialist in water treatment. So I was able to understand what was happening there. So what I see is that we have adequate supply of water coming from the various streams that is collected in that area. But the storage is where the problem really is.
Okay.
So we want proper dredging, and we want to ensure that the check dams to prevent the heavy siltation from taking place should be in a working condition. Okay. Certainly, it's time to refurbish that plant because when it was built in the 50s, we had a very small population.
Yes,
the population of Northeast Manchester has grown 10 times since that.
Yes,
and I must say to you that back in the 70s, we had running water in most places in Northeast Manchester. We have storage facilities that can hold millions of gallons of water across, but they're not in a good state of repair.
Okay.
So we need to look at that. And these holding areas, like we have a set up in Coleyville there, for probably 20, 30 years. So we need to rehabilitate these storage areas. And the lines that traditionally were put in place back in the days to carry the water there, conduit the water to those holding areas, rot. Because those days it was the old cast iron pipes, the old, earthen pipes that was used to convey the water, take the water to the holding area.
Yes.
So we need to look at improving the network by replacing those pipes and ensuring that the holding tanks are in good condition. Because even if we get those back in good conditions, it would take up the slack when there's water lock. We could now gravity feed from those tanks to many areas in other Northeast Manchester.
Okay.
So, we really need to look at how we improve our water supply. That, in these modern times, you can go inside your house and have a shower, like anywhere else in the world, in the modern world.
Right.
So this is one of the projects that I'll be undertaking once I am put in as a member of parliament. And I'm looking forward to be installed as a member of parliament because the upcoming elections is indicating that it is our time now.
Okay. And talking about that town there, that I'm just trying to remember that the town, the central town in Northeast Manchester there. What?
Christiana is our main town.
Right. And
Yes.
I remember some years ago it was congested. There was a lot of congestion. But I think during Manayard time, Mr. Short's time, that they did some
Yes.
improvement with roads in order to.
Well, as it relates to, yes, as it relates to the congestion,
Yes.
and I know you're probably speaking about the Christiana bypass,
Yes.
that roads, yes. That better known as the Christiana Development Road,
Yes.
which which passes on the, I think, west side, western side of the town. Yes, it has eased the congestion a little bit, but not significantly, because since Christiana is the central place of commerce, most persons who are coming from Trelawney, well, upper northeast Manchester, Cregget and adjoining communities,
Yes.
coming from Spall Hills and neighboring area, and all over northeast Manchester, come to Christiana to do business.
Yes.
What we need in the town of Christiana is to improve the current taxi park that we now have. There are lands adjoining that can be used to expand this facility, so we can hold quite a bit of taxis and, who knows, private transportation.
Yes.
So commuters from all around who come to do business in Christiana can be facilitated if we spend the necessary resources to improve that parking area.
Okay.
I currently give some help in holding some of the persons who come to do business in Christiana. I currently house over 250 cars per day. Taking that off the main road greatly reduces the traffic congestion that we would have had in Christiana. So, but as it relates to the government's facility, it is woefully inadequate. And as a result, taxis commuting in that particular area find themselves parking on the road, plying on the main street of Christiana, causing further congestion. So we would really love to see a time when all public transportation vehicles are parked in the taxi park, because it now has adequate space to facilitate everybody. But we are not there as yet. The land is there, but the political will don't seem to be there, because a plan has been in place for over 10 years and nothing has been done to improve this facility. The minute I become member of parliament, I will be ensuring that that parking space be improved to facilitate all the taxis plying in and around Christiana and the other adjoining areas where people come from to come and do their business in Christiana.
Okay.
So that is one thing I have. I have one plan I have, So that would have greatly reduced the traffic congestion.
You give me your final comments, because we have.
Well, you don't have a lot of time left.
Yes.
Currently being faced with high infestation of rats in the town is a result of poor garbage collection.
Yes.
And poor disposal practices.
Yes.
There's one person who told me, and this person operates a business outside of Christiana, a place we call Over River.
Yes.
Told me just yesterday that he was seeking assistance to restock her shop, because the rats that breed up inside the holding area for garbage in her community take set on her shop. Okay. And the only thing they never eat is the things that are in bottle and cans.
Okay.
So we really need to have that problem addressed immediately. More prompt removal of garbage. And also, we really need to have the Ministry of Health coming through the place, because we have a heavy infestation of mosquitoes right now.
Okay.
And, yes, I was in the hospital yesterday. I visited, and I was told that persons are there with suspected dengue. We don't want a dengue outbreak right now. Yes. So we're calling on them to come and control, the place. We want the vector controllers to be out there spraying and educating the public as to how you handle your waste and how you handle water lying around your premises.
Well, Mr. Winter,
we really don't want another pandemic.
Mr. Winter, I want to tell you, this is a discussion that we have to continue, but we have exhausted our time this evening. Let us say to be continued, right?
to be continued because there's much more we have to discuss.
Of course.
So much more we have to discuss. So thanks for giving me the opportunity, Desmond.
Yes, sir.
And the work continues.
Yes.
And we will talk in the coming weeks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wind. That was the...
Take care, my brother.
Yes, that was the PNP candidate for Northeast Manchester, Mr. Val Wind. Let us go for a break. This is Rebel Radio.
When me drink and please never gonna tease her. Boom, bam. You don't know, so rubber dub, health, tonic wine, the finest wine. So all of the man them wanna tune into the wine here, you know. You say if you don't want to go long and strong, you just tune into rubber dub.
Tools, hardware, and supplies is holding up the heat this summer with their super saving summer sale. Prices are slashed on everything you need to fix up your home. Beautiful tiles, sleek doors, top quality windows, modern sanitary ware, exclusive flooring, and more. At Tools, hardware, and supplies, we have you covered for the summer.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.
Oh, Jamaica rise, we're built with fire, passion and vibes, and through it all there's a glow inside. Let's keep our shine alive.
From the market to the factory floors, from the hillside green to golden shores.
We're reaching heights, our energy that lights the sky. Shine bright, Jamaica. Shine bright, Jamaica. Feel the rhythm, we're on track. Feel it, feel it. Together we rise, together we climb. JPS Jamaica, together we shine.
Shine for the ends, shine with your family, shine with your friends. Light up the streets and make the vibes blend. Yo, JPS and make the shine never end.
Okay, welcome back to Rebel Radio. And we are skipping over to Suriname now. Yes. As you know, we at Rebel Radio, we keep in touch, in contact with our Caribbean neighbors, because we are one people. And we have senior journalist Eureka Tijan Way with us. I hope I pronounced your name properly. Have I?
Hi, good afternoon and good afternoon, everybody. Yes, it's Rita Chanaway, but don't worry, it's a hard name to pronounce.
Right. What's happening in Suriname today?
Well, we are about 6 days away from our elections.
Yes.
So it's a very hectic period, very interesting period too. Things are going a little bit hectic and not always the way it should go. So there are some concerns about how good the elections are being organized, but we are going ahead, and Sunday will be the day.
Okay, and there are no incidents, there are no election violence.
No, Suriname is a very peaceful country.
Yes.
Our people are very mild. We don't love confrontation. So it's usually very, very peaceful. Not everybody is, not everybody is content with how things are going, but we don't have violence, no.
Okay, that's very good, very good. So I can well imagine that the parties, they are campaigning all over the place right now.
Yes, the campaigning is very, very, very hectic right now. But we have a different system this time. In the system that we had last elections, some of the areas of the 1993, if you had about 1,000 votes, you can get one seat in parliament. Now it's much more than that. It's about it's the nationwide, and you should have 6,000 votes to get a seat in parliament. So things are different. Parties see working very hard to get in votes. But I must say I'm a little bit I'm not content because a lot of the campaigning is throw stones at each other. It's not about issues. And that is a big concern of a lot of us journalists. It's not about issues. It's about calling people names and calling out people and things like that. But nothing about, or too little about the issues at hand.
Okay, yes, I understand you. 17 parties are contesting these elections?
14. We have 14 parties contesting these elections against each other.
Yes. Okay, yes. But who are the main? Which are the main parties? I understand that
Okay.
there are yes, there are some parties, the main parties that are likely to win the elections. Which are those parties?
Yes. We have about the four biggest parties going now. That is this VHP of the seating president, Mr. Chandrika Prasad Santoki. We have the NDP, that's from the former president, Desi Bouterse, who died. And then we have the ABOP, is from the Maroon Party of Mr. Ronnie Brunswijk. I won't say Maroon Party, but he has a lot of Maroon people who vote for him. And we have the NPS. The NPS is of Mr. Gregory Ruslan. Those are the four main contenders.
Okay. Tell me something, Eureka, about how many voters are registered to vote in this election. About how many voters?
Because we have a lot of first voters, so we're looking about 350,000.
Okay, 350,000. Yes, yes.
Yes,
And
it's not a lot. We are a very small population.
but you made a point there earlier that the parties are not campaigning on the issues affecting the people. They are
No, they're not. You know, in 2028 we will have first oil up from our offshore investments, and nobody's talking about regulations, rules, things to make sure that the money is invested correctly. Nobody's talking about that. It's not an issue in this campaign, and we cannot imagine that.
Yes. And one of the issues I understand, when I spoke with trade unions there, one of the issues they are faced with that they are negotiating now, and the government is telling them that there's no money to grant pay increase for the workers. And cost of cost of living is one of the main issues right now. Am I right?
Yes, cost of living is still one of the main issues. We have official numbers of inflation are now about between 8 and 9% a month.
Yes.
So that is it doesn't look like a lot because we came back from 60%, but still wages aren't going up with the same tempo. So a lot of people are working, but your salary is just for 2 weeks in the month. So indeed, a lot of the unions they are talking with the government to get some percentage for the wage, but the government is throwing out now spending like crazy on a lot of things where we say does that need to be done? But they are spending a lot because they want the votes. Oil and gas is a lot of money that's going to come in. So the stakes are very, very, very high.
Yes, yes, yes. Apart from cost of living, Eureka, what are some of the other main issues affecting the people right now?
Like one of the biggest problems we've seen this term is lack of public works. The streets are getting worse and worse. You know, if you ride certain areas in Paramaribo, your car will break down most certainly. Also, the cost of electricity is very high. There are no subsidies anymore on electricity. The government needed to take away the subsidies, so the price went up. We also have the price of water going up every month, and those things take away a lot of your money. You know, so
Yes.
those things are, and also rent. You know, with the oil and gas expats coming in, we already see that some of the rents in the north of Paramaribo are going up very steep.
Okay.
But because the currency is a lot to rent an apartment, you know, before an apartment 300 euros would be worth about, let's say, 3 times 2 is 6,000 Sudanese dollars. But now it's 12,000, so it's a big deal.
Oh my. Yes. And
Yes.
what about crime?
I must say I am very proud that we have a lot of people who are not getting enough money, but our crime rate it went up, but it's still modest if we are comparing to Guyana, to Jamaica, and to Trinidad. We don't have that much crime.
Okay, that's very good news. Very good news.
Yes, yes, we're
Yes.
glad that it's still relatively safe in Suriname.
Yes. And the young people, the young Surinamese, what are they? What is on their mind right now? And how are they coping? The young people.
Young people are very disillusioned because let's say we had a school system that was it was affected by COVID. So we had a lot of young people going from class to class without really doing the tests. But now the government introduced tests again, and we have a lot of families who were not prepared for that. So it's stressful in the household to get everybody up to speed on homework and things like that. Some mothers working 2 jobs. So it's hard keeping young ones motivated to keep going to school. And we see that, you know, in the past we had a lot of how do you say it, neighborhood organizations, but a lot of them just died down. So the support from the neighborhood, the support from a wider society, it's not there anymore. So it's really hard to keep young ones motivated to keep going, you know?
Yes. Okay. And how's the education system in Suriname? How is that doing?
We are in a transition now. We have a preschool, then we have from grade 1 till 10 now, and then we have middle school, that's 2 years, and then we have before you go to the university, junior high school, you have that. But it's too long. A lot of countries in the world have gone from grade 1 to 10, and then you go to high school, and then you go to university. In our system, there's 2 years in between that it slows the process down. So we have to look what to do with those 2 years
Oh.
before people, because people think it's too long, you know. Before you get to the university, if you do all the years like that, you will be about 20, 21. But usually it's a little bit younger now
Okay. Yes, yes.
in the world.
Oh, I see. And the, the, the tell us when you come. Tell us about life in the rural Suriname. In other
Area.
words, the people in the rural parts.
Yeah. So you mean people in the forest, things like that?
Yes. Um, That
Yes,
is the people who live near the gold mine, the gold mine in
yes,
areas.
yes,
You know what is
yes.
going on in those
They
areas?
have they have a lot of problem. I'm telling you, because what we see is that they're using mercury. They were using mercury in the field, and that gets into the water, and the water drinking. Can you hear me, Sir
Yeah,
Richard?
yeah,
Are you there? Yes,
yeah. I lost you a while
yes.
ago, but you are back now. You are saying they were using mercury, and what happened?
Yes. Uh, 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 chemicals, a lot of chemicals get into the water, so they cannot use the water. It's not clean water anymore. So that's a big problem in the areas. They can't use the water. They can't eat the fish. So that's a big problem in those areas. Yes, people, the cost of living is very high because you have to buy water, you have to buy other food that you're not accustomed to. There are a lot of Chinese shops in the gold fields now, and the prices are very high because everything needs to come from Paramaribo. So it's not a good life. It was before. It was best life to live in the forest, in the tree, between the trees, next to the water, very relaxed. But when you live in the gold fields, it's totally different. Also, social disruption, prostitutes, youth working in the gold mine because going to school is not profitable. We have all those problems in the gold mines.
So what is being done to address those water issues?
I must say that not enough is being done. Suriname, if you look at our card or a card of our country, you see a coastal region, and then you see the region of the forest. Government only cares about the coastal region. Everything that goes on in the forest, and there are some problems because we have traditional chiefs in the forest, and the government doesn't always work with them because they say that the traditional chiefs, they give the people their guidance to mine gold, but it's not true. It's the government that gives out concessions. So it's a government problem too, but the government just looks away because a lot of the political people who are in the top also mine gold, also have a gold interest. So it makes it hard to do something about it.
Wow, no, that's not good news at all. Yes,
No, no, no,
yes,
no.
but
My country is very complicated.
yes, but as you indicated, that there is a bright note on the horizon because oil has been found offshore, and
Yes, yes,
mining is due to start in 28. That is 2 years, 3 years
yes,
time, right? So
yes, yes,
that
yes.
that should.
So we're hoping that oil and gas can bring some relief. But the point is, we need to have regulations in place because you know how international companies are. They're not your friends. So if you don't make rules and regulations so they can follow, then they do as they please. They bring in their own people to work for them. They don't take a lot of local content. So we need to make rules and regulations to make sure that we do profit from this oil. But that is not the case till now. And in this campaign, I'm not hearing anybody talking about it.
Yes, yes, I understand you.
You see
Yeah.
my problem?
Yes, I see that. See that. What are the chances, based on what you have seen? What are the chances of the former that party that was headed by President Butterse? Is that party
Yes.
likely to
What
win
are the
the? Is that party likely to win the elections?
No, I don't think I don't think they're likely to win the elections, but I think they'll get a big share. So I think the party of the president who is sitting now and
Yes.
the party of the former president, they will get the biggest amount of voters. So that's going to be very interesting to see what happens after.
Yes. 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 Well, let us see what happened. But as you
Let us
said,
see and let us stay in touch then.
yes, yes, yes. And
Yes,
the as you said, the campaign is hectic. The place is busy
yes,
now.
yes.
Yes, and
Place is very busy. You
yes.
know, a lot of our civil servants, they get time off to go campaigning for political party if they are on the list of the political party. And we have a small country. So our civil service is almost half down. Nobody is really, you know, the work is the tempo is a lot down. So everybody's looking towards the election so things can be done and we can get at least in the civil servants area go back to business as usual.
Okay. Well, let us see what is happening. That is, the election is May 25th, right?
Yes, Sunday. Yes.
Yes, and by the results should be known by what, Sunday night, by the night, or the following day.
Um, yes, a big amount of the results will be in by Sunday night. But I'm thinking about Monday afternoon, maybe Tuesday, we'll have the finals.
Okay. Well, one of the
Yes.
things I am going to talk about, I'm going to rely on you to tell us the results of those elections. So I expect a call from us for us to talk about that.
Yes,
Yes.
yes, yes, yes. I will be expecting that. And
Okay.
thank you for the opportunity to share Suriname news.
Yes, and thank you very much for taking time out to do so. Right?
Yes, yes, no problem, no problem.
All right. Thanks very much.
Yes.
So that is Eureka Time J there, the senior journalist in Suriname. Yes. And you heard from her there. She's telling us about what is happening in Suriname. Yes, elections on the 25th. Yes, 25th. 25th of May, election in Suriname. Suriname, Guyana, Jamaica, Trinidad. Yes, those countries in the region, elections this year. Well, Trinidad held its own. About 3 weeks ago, we know the results over there. We had a change of government. We are waiting ours by September. Suriname next week. And Guyana, we're waiting on the date for the elections in Guyana. So, as you heard from Eureka, the parties are on the campaign trail now. Yes, but she's saying that they are skipping over the issues. Yes, and one of the big issues is an issue for us in Jamaica too. The cost of living. Yes, that is an issue facing the people over there in Suriname. Well, coming up next is, it's Monday, it says workers' time, and we will be talking to the nurses. Let us go for a break. This is Rebel Radio.
When me drink come please her, never gonna tease her. Bang bang. You don't know, so rubber dub, health, tonic wine, the finest wine. So all of the man them wanna tune into the wine here, you know. You say if you don't want to go long and strong, you just tune into rubber dub.
Tools, hardware and supplies is holding up the heat this summer with their super saving summer sale. Prices are slashed on everything you need to fix up your home. Beautiful tiles, sleek doors, top quality windows, modern sanitary ware, exclusive flooring and more. At Tools, hardware and supplies, we have you covered for the summer.
So, come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.
And vibes, and through it all there's a glow inside. Let's keep our shine alive.
From the market to the factory floors, from the hillside green to golden shores,
we're reaching heights, our energy that lights the sky. Shine bright, Jamaica. Shine bright, Jamaica. Feel the rhythm, we're on track. Feel it, feel it.
Light up the streets and make the vibes blend. Yo, JPS and make the shine never end.
Oh Lord, my God. When I'm in awesome wonder, consider all thy works thy hand doth make. I see the stars, I hear the mighty thunder, thy power throughout the universe display. Then sings my soul, my Savior God to thee. How great thou art, how great thou art. Then sings my soul, my Savior God to thee. How great thou art, how great thou art. When through the woods, the forest glades I wander, and hear the bird sing sweetly in the trees. When I look down from lofty mountain grandeur, and hear the brook and feel the gentle breeze, then sings my soul, my Savior God to thee. How great thou art, how great thou art. Then sings my soul, my Savior God to thee. How great thou art, how great thou art. kidnapping of God is son not sparing. Sent him to die, as care can take it in. Then on the cross, my burden gladly bearing.
Yes, welcome back to Rebel Radio. It's Monday and it's time for Workers' Time. Yes, this is where we pay some attention on what is happening at the workplace. And we have with us this evening the two ladies. Yes, Miss Banbury Edwards, President of the Midwives Association, and C. Clark Waugh, President of the Enrolled Nurses Association. And this evening we are going to talk about that brutal beating of a nurse and the issues facing our health workers. You know the nurses are very critical workers. Good evening, good afternoon, ladies.
Good afternoon, Mr. Richards.
Yes.
Good afternoon to you and your listeners.
Yes, thank you very much both for coming to join me this evening. So that brutal attack, you know, ladies, when I look at it, you know, in my head, that accused, that man there, I think he has a problem, you know. What do you think of him? What do you think of him?
Go ahead, Miss Waugh.
Yeah, Miss Waugh, how do you know, just give me your thoughts on what you think.
I just think that is not just something that happens. I think that is practice becoming perfect.
Uh-huh.
I see him as a weakling.
Yes. Because one of the things why I have to ask, this is the question, is that I am looking at it and I'm saying, okay, I am driving on the road. It is not a situation where there was a collision. The vehicles, there was no accident. I am in the road. You said, give me some way. And I alight from my vehicle and just attack you like that. That to me is not the action of someone who is enjoying all the uses of his faculties. That is how I see it. I just can't understand how that can be. How is the?
You know,
yes.
We live in a society where, you know, things like these are considered the norm, you know. Violence is not only a violation of human rights, but also a direct threat to the health and well-being of those we as nurses and midwives decide to serve. So the fact that, you know, we just had to make that statement and let it be known that, you know, enough is enough.
Yes.
And it's about time that this end.
Mm-hmm. Yes. How is the
you know?
Yeah. How is the lady? How is she recovering?
Well, she is really traumatized, both emotionally and physically. It's really a very hard position for anyone to be in, much more so a caregiver who has to work above and beyond the call of duty, giving of herself to the nation and our communities. And it only let me think, how well do our communities and our nations appreciate us as nurses?
Mm-hmm. Yes. Well, one of the things that I hope I can't I would like to say that most people realize and recognize the work of nurses. I am saying that because we know that these are essential workers who are there for, around the clock, right? I know that there are, like workers in Jamaica, I know that there are issues, and we're going to talk about that, issues facing the nurses. But boy, that attack there, that attack has left a scar. And this is a man who based on what I saw in the news, that the nurse could have been his daughter.
Right, and then just to say, abuse is nothing new to us as nurses. We have had physical abuse from patients in hospital where patients would throw things on the nurse. We have had the verbal abuse cannot, it is too numerous to mention, but this has gone over the limit. This has gone over the limit. While as nurses giving care to the patients, we accept, we come under verbal abuse, physical abuse, we come under threat. Or vehicles. Sometimes our vehicles have been used, because I can remember where a patient emptied his colostomy bag on a nurse's vehicle.
Yes.
Just open the bag and spew. Yes, and just spew all of that excreta on the nurse's vehicle. So this is not really, but this no, I think because we maintain our silence through all of this, I think people think out there know that, then we can do anything to nurses and they remain calm. But we're sending a message now to the general public, to the nation, to say enough is enough. I think it is gone above and beyond the limit now.
Yes.
Our cups are full and it is running over into the saucer, spilling on the floor now.
Oh my. Yes. I can really imagine. Yes. So tell me, ladies, both of you now, what are some of the other fundamental issues impacting the work of nurses? Let me hear let me start with the president of the Midwife Association, Mrs.
As usual,
yes.
One of the most things is our resources. And, that has to do with even our members, because in recent times, some of our members are migrating to greener pastures. And so that's put a strain on us that are, remaining. And so we have to be stretching to ensure that, our clients are receiving the best care possible.
Yes.
And of course, our workplaces, the environment in which we work, the equipment, we are always the government is trying, but we are always at a loss when it comes on to our resources. So definitely we want to touch on that. As usual, we have issues where has to do with salaries and all of that, and we are now in negotiation period, so we don't want to go too much into that. But yeah, basically those are our issues or resources, because we want to ensure that when we are providing care, we have what we need to work with.
And you are saying that as far as equipment is concerned, that is inadequate?
It is.
Okay. And what about working conditions?
Definitely, some of the areas in which we work, the facilities, they need upgrading, and the locations in which we work and all of that. So when I touch on resources, it goes right across the board.
Yes. Yes, yes.
Yes.
Miss War, what are some of the issues your members are facing?
All right. So, one of the major things for me, I think the government needs to place more emphasis on healthcare and healthcare delivery.
Yes.
Um, right. And the second thing is the safety of our healthcare workers. I think that should be priority too. The safety of our healthcare professionals, and also to we know that we're living in an age where everybody tries to get a vehicle for themselves, right? It is not feasible where all persons, all healthcare, all member of staff has a vehicle. So it would be nice where staff buses can be provided to assist healthcare workers. Then this should be one of the action for the government to put in place. I know that they're in the corporate area, but think about those who are not within the corporate space.
Yes.
Right. And then also, as Mrs. Banbury Edwards say, the resources. Nurses, as nurses, we have to, as old time people would say, take your hand and make fashion. Because we don't want for this in the name of our patients. Sometimes we have to make do with the little resources that we have just to make sure that our patients are okay.
Wow.
And I think this is something that the government needs to look in. I know they are doing some work, but where Jamaica is heading right now, we should have been there already.
Okay. Yes.
And Mr. Richard, if I might just add, misconception about our roles and the values of healthcare by the public, lack of respect. Those are some of the issues. And today, our march was to, somehow give some amount of education to some persons, as our roles and our responsibilities. And to make the public aware and to see what we can do in terms of gaining the respect that we rightly deserved.
Yes, yes. Both of you spoke about.
And
yes, go ahead. Yes.
just to say, I don't think there is any other group of workers, government workers, that makes the sacrifice that nurses have to make. When it comes to natural disasters, nurses are there 32, 16 hours with the patients. Nurses are there, leave their family. Some nurses 42, 32. These long hours that we give in service just to ensure that persons their well-being, their health status is maintained.
Yes.
Yes. Both of you spoke about the manpower shortage. Now, how critical is the manpower shortage affecting both categories, midwife and enroll nurses? How critical it is?
It's very critical because sometimes when you go to work, not that you want to do extra hours, but because of the lack of manpower, you have to end up doing something that you did not bargain for. So you have to end up, instead of doing an 8-hour shift and returning to your family, you have to do a 16 hours shift because you don't want the patients to be left unattended.
Yes, and as a result, long hours, excessive on-call demands, and limited time off. And as a result of that, we suffer from burnt out due to emotional, mental, and physical strain.
Yeah. But after 16 hours, it must be very tired, nurses who do these shifts. They must be very tired.
Very tired. And then, it is not normal for a nurse in our society, people see it as being abnormal if a nurse says that she's tired or if a nurse said that she's feeling sick. If a nurse said that she's hungry, it is even looked on as being abnormal because nurses are not supposed to feel the normal way that anyone else feels. We're not supposed to get sick. We're not supposed to be hungry. We're not supposed to say that we're tired.
No, but
Yes, that
nurses
is
are
true. You're at
nurses are
work and
human beings.
I'm gonna take a minute now to get something to eat.
Yeah.
You're abused.
Mm.
Yeah, it's like we're not we are a superpower, so we can't feel the normal emotions of
Yeah.
others. We shouldn't.
Yes, yes. Now, what about tell us about training. How is that going, and is that area how is that area being attended to effectively? Training.
Well, in terms of training for the midwives, training for us now is at University of the Technology.
Yes.
So anybody once you're qualified and you have your money, you can attend school. The ministry, they also offer some amount of scholarship, so persons can apply for that. Yes.
Yes.
So training for us is no longer with ministry, but with Ministry of Education. So once you're qualified, you can apply, and you
And
can be trained. So we don't have any problem with that.
Tell us, what is the fee and the duration of training? What is the fee?
All right. So the duration is 4 years for the midwife.
Yes.
In terms of payment, no, I don't have it right offhand to
Okay.
give you. But persons who are interested can always go on the University of Technology, and they'll be able to see it there.
Okay, I see. And how is it for enrolled nurses, Mrs. Clark?
All right. So for the enrolled nurses, we have 3 schools now that offers training. We have Knox Community College, Excelled Community College, and Portmore Community College. As it is now, we used to have a school out in the west, but which was Montego Bay Community College, but because of lack of tutors, that program has to be put on hold. And we're hoping pretty soon that program out there in Montego Bay Community College will recommence, because there are persons out there who want to enter the training, but because of the distance to travel to Collins in Clarendon or Exed or Portmore. So a lot of persons out there are prevented then from doing the training. Now the training is basically 2 years, and the cost is with the community colleges. And also recently I just saw where Western Regional Health, through the Chase Fund, is offering a scholarship for persons who want to do the enroll assistant nursing program at Knox Community College, which is a very good move for us, and we are happy for that.
Okay, that's very, very, very good. Yes, and well, one of the things that we have touched on, the issues, whatever they are, in the corporate area, the institute, those nurses working in the corporate area. I can well imagine that the situation out in the rural areas are more demanding. Am I right?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is, because people think that everything happens in the big city, and therefore, all the most of the educational and the resources and the educational offerings there within the big cities.
Yes.
But in the rural areas, there is quite a demand. And we are hoping that the government will also look into things and see where the need is, and not just see it as the cities, but as the entire island.
Yes, yes.
so that everybody can get a piece of the pie.
All right, yes. Well, let us see what is going to happen. Well, I know that this year, as you pointed out, salary negotiation is supposed to be. Is it in progress now? Am I right?
Yes, it is.
Yes. So, how is that going?
Well, we are awaiting the Ministry of Finance, but for the most of it, no. We know that our submissions, we're hoping that our submissions will be given greater attention.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And let us hope that things will work out in a satisfactory manner. But as we speak, you say that your colleague is resting now. She's traumatized. She wasn't seriously injured.
Oh, very. And I can add another very. And if you want to add 4 or 5 more berries, then you can. But she is traumatized. She is physically hurt, mentally, and I can say all the allies. And not only her, but her husband also.
Yes,
Because
of
I
course I can.
cannot just imagine her husband watching this video and seeing somebody handling his wife, sorry, like a piece of rag doll.
Yes, yes.
I don't want to really think how he is feeling.
Yes. Can well imagine. And she has children?
No.
Okay. Boy, I can tell you that it is really unbecoming. Very, very brutal. Very, very brutal.
It is she's in a lot of pain. When I spoke to her, she told me that for her to lift her right hand above her breast level, it's very, very painful for her.
Oh my. So
And her face was and her face is also swollen because, as you can see in the video, where he stepped on her head and actually used his foot to make a little twist and pivot like you're playing netball on her head.
yes, 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 yes. Right. I can. So she is now in pain. Right.
A lot of pain.
Oh my. Well, let us wish her a speedy recovery, and hope that justice will be served, and she will be recovered fully, and back on her feet. So I will.
And while we look at the victim, I am also hoping that the victor would be man enough to sit down where he is now and just retrospect, look on all that he has done to the nurse, and if there's other persons that he have done such an activity with before, that he would just look back in himself and realize the hurt, the pain, and just make a 360-degree turn and one day become advocate for women.
Let us hope.
Definitely.
Let us sincerely
Right.
hope.
And I definitely just want to say our midwives and nurses are the pillar of our healthcare system. We dedicate our lives to caring for others, often under challenging conditions, and definitely violence against them, whether verbal, physically, or psychological, is unacceptable and must be addressed with urgency. And I'm hoping that this issue will be resolved very quickly.
Yes, yes. Well, ladies, I want to thank you very much for joining me, and I want you to know that this is the start of a permanent platform for us to dialogue on issues affecting the nurses. So expect to be called again. Expect me to call you back for us to talk about the issues affecting the nurses. And thank you very much for joining me this evening.
Thank you for
And
having us.
thank you for having us. And just want to give you an open invitation that comes the 18th of June, the Jamaica Enrolled Nurses Association will be having our health fair in Independence Park in Sablamar, and you are invited to come along and
18th of
be
June at
there.
Savlamar. Okay.
Yes. Independence Park in Sablamar.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Yes.
Okay.
You're welcome.
All right.
Thank you
Welcome.
for having me.
All right.
Have a good evening. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Yes, that was the nurses. Yes. Mrs. Banbury Edwards, President of the Midwives Association. Mrs. C. Clark Waugh, President of the Enrolled Nurses Association. And you heard us there talking about the brutal beating of the nurse and what is happening to those critical healthcare workers. Yes, let us go for a break. This is Rebel Radio.
Drink come please her. Never gonna tease her. Bang bang. You don't know it's a rubber dub 8 tonic wine, the finest wine. So all of the man them wanna tune into the wine here, you know. You say if you don't want to go long and strong, you just tune into rubber dub.
Tools, hardware, and supplies is holding up the heat this summer with their super saving summer sale. Prices are slashed on everything you need to fix up your home. Beautiful tiles, sleek doors, top quality windows, modern sanitary ware, exclusive flooring, and more. At Tools, hardware, and supplies, we have you covered for the summer.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.
Oh, Jamaica rise, we're built with fire, passion and vibes, and through it all there's a glow inside. Let's keep our shine alive.
From the market to the factory floors, from the hillside green to golden shores.
We're reaching heights, our energy that lights the sky. Shine bright, Jamaica. Shine bright, Jamaica. Feel the rhythm, we're on track. Feel it, feel it. Together we rise, together we climb. JPS Jamaica, together we shine.
Shine from the ends, shine with your family, shine with your friends. Light up the streets and make the vibes blend. Yo, JPS and make the shine never end.
Yes, welcome back to Rebel Radio. Yes, and we are skipping over now to Suriname again, yes. And we have with us Robbie Berenstein. And Mr. Berenstein is president of the Progressive Trades Union Congress. Good afternoon, Robbie. How are you?
I'm fine, Desmond. How are you?
Well, I am supposed to be okay.
Okay. Come here also, but I had a little of a bit of a flu last week, but I'm recovering very good.
Yes, yes. So elections are in the air.
Yes.
Negotiations are in the air. And so how are the wage negotiations going with the elections? How is that going?
So let's say there are two kinds of negotiation.
Yes.
Uh, the public sector and the private sector. There is a dispute in the public sector because the fact is that we are reaching the elections. The government doesn't pay attention to to in fact agreement that we have. Certain agreement to talk about, first of all, a wage increase of the civil servant, and secondly, about the tax relief. Because when you get the wage increase, let me start saying that we come out of a period, the last 2-3 years, we had inflation of 6%.
Six or 60%? Six?
No. If you gonna count it on aggregate, let me say, then the last 4 years it's above 200% inflation.
Wow.
Some individual years we had 60%, 30%. And do it on aggregate, then above 200%. That's why the civil servants, yes, the union and the civil servants depend on how do you call it? They demand a sufficient wage increase because their powers has been going down and so on. So now there is a dispute because the government is only thinking of elections and so on. And the elections are coming Sunday.
Yes.
We say as the street union in the public sector, we don't matter what government is in power. We deal with every government, and we don't sign agreement with a political party. We have agreements, yes, with the government,
right,
and political party. So I think one of these days there's a meeting with the president, yes, and we look what that will bring, yes, and even if it's after elections, yes, if it's necessary, then we have to take industrial action. Yes, that's the public sector. Within the private sector, let me say that is based on more the individual companies and so on, where we negotiate. We do it in certain clusters. And the financial sector, we have healthcare, education as government, the industries headed by the multinationals in gold, manufacturing, yes, that we do by sector. And yes,
but from all indications now, Robbie, is that it is unlikely that there will be any finalization before the elections.
No, that it will be not. It's really,
and did you say that? Did you say you are expected to have a meeting with the president before Before elections?
As you promised to meet us and to explain what's going on and so on. All these things.
Mm.
You know, uh, but in the meantime, oh, not difficult to explain because he in 2028, uh, the 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 oil and gas sector, will start will start getting income. They will start income out of and based on that, uh, they promised every Surinamese citizen out of the royalties that will be paid. Yes, out of that, every citizen, we are about 650, will get 750 US dollar.
750 US dollar.
Every citizen.
Yeah.
That's out of the royalty.
Who made that promise? The government?
The government.
Yes. Then suppose the government suppose the government lose the election, what will happen?
What's that?
Suppose the government lose the election. What
That's
will
what
happen?
is to do it now because listen, it will be you get 750 US, but you can't cash it. You can't cash it because it's about the interest on it you will get every year.
Mm.
Only group that can cash it at the moment are the citizens 80 years beyond.
Yes. So hold on, Robbie. That is being paid now. That's $750.
That's why we tell you that.
Okay.
That's a great because and it is being paid in advance. Excuse me, by a bank that's related also to the government.
Mm-hmm.
It's being paid, and they will get their reimbursement, to say it like that. They will get it in 2028 when the income, out of oil and gas
starts
how do you
coming
call
in.
it starts coming in because listen, they have three forms of income. First of all, the government has a 20% share of Suriname, has a 20% share through the state company in the operations.
Yes.
So they say that is our dividend. Yes. So the income of the shares out of the profit. Yes. But it's calculated in a whole other way. I don't know if you got real 20%. Okay, but let's leave it like that. Secondly, you have the tax these companies have to pay.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's how do you call it? Profit tax based on the Surinamese law and so on. Thirdly, the royalties. That is how they try to explain the and to justify these payments because we had a meeting with where we said how you start giving money away while you don't have it. They say that yes, they have to help the how do you call it, the youth and this and that and that. Yes, we say if you wanna help the youth, let's put the money in, how do you call it, employment creation. Let's go to other sectors where we create employment for the youth. Then you have helped them in a sustainable way. And then we have to do something for the pensioners and so on and blah, 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 blah. And you know, we say our pension, we had a whole big seminar with the ILO of the Caribbean, you know, with our Dutch companions, FT. In 2020, we had a whole big seminar on pension reform. And our pension system is in a crisis. We say if you want to do something on structural base for the pensioner, let's do our pension reform because as we propose. You know, because there are some how do you call it? Short term, middle term, and long term actions we have formulated out of the plan.
Yes.
And given to the social partners, inclusive the government. We say, let's do the investment there. You know, that is our view. And as a, you know, response to that, that's what the president responded that, no, we're not giving away all the money because we still have the dividend, you know, the income out of profit and income out of tax.
Yeah.
One is going to the government budget, and the second one, because we have a big, how do you call it? A big foreign debt. And the other one, we will pay our foreign debt.
But I understand that the Ministry of Finance has told the unions that the government don't have any money to pay any salary increase now.
Yes, that's true, and that is what the president tries to justify now. Tries now, and it's very inconsistent because let me tell you this, Desmond. Let me tell you this. I thought I have to tell you, and I have to tell the Jamaicans. I have to compliment the Jamaicans on their position on, and you will know what I talk about Ibrahim Traore. You know what I'm talking about, Desmond?
Repeat that. No, I don't get that. Repeat that. You say
you know, there was on the 30th, yeah, this of April.
Yes.
There were demonstrations in Jamaica, in which Jamaica, on behalf of the Caribbean, defended the president of Burkina Faso.
Oh.
Ibrahim Traore.
Yes.
See? And because I have to do that, because this Ibrahim Traore is the symbol not only of black awareness and for Africans in the diaspora. Yes. In the diaspora. I don't know if you follow this.
Yes, sir. Yes, yes, sir.
Yes.
I'm following that what is happening in Burkina Faso.
Yes. He's a symbol of the total sovereignty of all colonized countries. Of all colonized countries. And he is unfolding the system of colonization, imperialism, you know, and how do you call it? Degrading. No, if I know the correct word. Our position as colonized country and stay in the position of how do you call it? Grondstoffer, the Dutch word. Raw material deliverers.
Yes.
Not adding value to our production and so on. Whether it's in mining, whether it's in tourism in your country, and know that even the music industry in your country is dominated by foreigners.
Yes.
You know, and why do I make this remark? Because the same is going on in Suriname.
Okay.
In the sense that the government, we don't have a let me say a position, and we don't hear people speak about transcending that position. You know, because as long as we don't do that, we will keep in the position of we have no money, we have no this, we have no that. I will give an example of what happened in Mali. And the same, Mali has gold company. And what they have seen, no, let's leave Mali. Let's leave Mali. Let's stay in Suriname. The same time, the minister is complaining he has no money. At the same time, he noticed that they caught an airplane which was smuggling gold out of the country.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, for about some $20+ million. And in fact, there should be paid tax on this. You know, going out of the country. And they caught one plane, but he said it is well known that there is much smuggling of gold.
Okay.
You know, so they are losing a lot of tax income just by sitting on their ass, you know, and two multinational companies here. What I tell you, it is
the gold, Robbie, the gold mining in Suriname, it is controlled by foreign companies.
Yes, we have the foreign companies, big ones, but you have also small gold minings. Yes, part is illegal. Yes, a lot of Brazilians in small scale gold mining is illegal, but that is being bought by some exporters. Yes, and for a big part they do the smuggling. Yes, what we know from the multinational companies, there was Newmont, that's American. We had I Am Gold, Canadian, and that the Canadian one is sold and is bought by the Chinese.
Yes.
Right? By the Chinese. Now it's a Chinese multinational controlling. Okay. But Desmond, if we look at the tax they are paying, this morning, let me say 6-7 years, there has been an enormous increase in production.
Yes.
there has been. I listened today to the radio. You know, this whole thing between the dollar and the gold price. The dollar dropped today, and then the gold price went, I think, 2-3% higher to 3,200 and something US dollar per troy ounce. So we had an increase in volume, and we had an increase in 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 price.
Yes.
But if you look at the amount the companies are paying, it has stayed just the same.
Oh.
Just
So
so
the government is
instead.
government is losing revenue.
Yes. So what should be done? There are pure signs, clear signs that the country is being, let me say, stolen. Yes, because they don't pay tax. They should. So the simple thing that should happen is to audit these companies. Do they keep themselves, yes, to the law? And that's why I thought to bring the relationship with Mali, because what happened in Mali? Let me say this first. So instead of doing that and getting your income where you should get it, out of corporate tax, then you just punish the workers.
Yes.
If you look at the amount of and wage tax, it's, I think, something even more than all this corporate tax. You know?
Yeah.
And why did I to bring the relationship with Mali? Mali has been auditing its gold companies, the multinationals.
Yeah.
And what happened? You can Google it. What happened? They find that the deficit that there was, what they had lost, what the company should be paid. They, I think had paid 500 billion less than they should be paying according to the tax law of Mali. And Mali is negotiating with these multinational companies.
Yes. So
they start negotiating with big companies. But investment. And it was clear that he should be paid. He should be paid. So when the company refused to do it, and then they had a visit of the CEO of the company, the gold company. They didn't any other solution. They just lock him up. They locked him up, and then the negotiated start, and the company had to pay.
Okay.
All decisions we have to take in the Caribbean.
Yes. So right now, Robbie, is that the situation as it exists right now is that the unions then are waiting on the results of the elections. That is what it appears to be, because with 6 days to go before the elections, it is clear that no.
Yes. Because I was giving you the example of even though we have a problem with that, they call it royalty for Idarindi, so royalty for everybody.
Yes.
Yes, because we have our view on that, but you have to know that the majority of the people, they want it. You understand?
Yes, sir.
But they want it. So going to the election, you don't have to prepare worker for strike and so on, because it's one way of bribing them.
Yes.
Bribing them. Yesterday, the government they divided 2,000 bicycles. 2,000 bicycles.
What they
bicycles?
Did,
yes.
What they did with those bicycles?
They justified it for interested people.
Or gave them away?
Spikes. Okay. In the color of the political party, orange.
Yes.
You know, so it's the time of, you know, bribing the
voters.
Yes, the voters. These are the acts that are taking place. So, the union said just moments of you know, retreat,
yes.
And whatever government we will negotiate with them.
Okay. Well, let us say then we 6 days before the elections, we have come to the end of today's program, but let us watch and see what happened after the election. We have to talk. We have to talk after the elections. I think 6 days.
Yes.
Yeah, is next week. Is next week
next
Sunday?
Week.
Next week Sunday?
Yeah.
No, hold on. Let me see.
Sunday.
Yeah. Is Sunday? Is Sunday coming? Is the election?
Sunday coming, yes.
Yes. So let us talk on Monday.
Yes, maybe Monday.
Yes.
Maybe it takes 2 days to the, how do you call it?
For the final results?
Yes, for the final results.
All right. Have a good evening.
Okay, maybe.
Thank you very much. No, I want to thank you very much.
Love, brother.
Yes. And to be continued.
Big up Jamaica.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Okay.
Yes.
You're welcome.
Okay, sir. Yes, that was Robbie Berenstein there, president of the Progressive Trade Union Congress in Suriname. And you listen to his story there, very interesting story. Let us take a break. This is Rebel Radio.
When me drink and please never gonna tease her. Boom bang. You don't know so rubber dub tonic wine, the finest wine. So all of the man them wanna tune into the wine here, you know. You say if you don't want to go long and strong, you just tune into rubber dub.
Tools, Hardware and Supplies is putting up the heat this summer with their super saving summer sale. Prices are slashed on everything you need to fix up your home. Beautiful tiles, sleek doors, top quality windows, modern sanitary ware, exclusive flooring and more. At Tools, Hardware and Supplies, we have you covered for the summer.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.
Oh, Jamaica, rise, we're built with fire, passion and vibes, and through it all, there's a glow inside. Let's keep our shine alive.
From the market to the factory floors, from the hillside green to golden shores.
We're reaching heights, soaring to achieve the light.
another day. In that low, way deep down inside, I remember Mama, the happy way. I remember Mama, the happy way. Mama is sleeping in the bosom of Jesus Christ. Somehow I know she's smiling at us right now. One day I see her again, my happy hand will be. I remember Mama in the happy way. I remember Mama in the happy way. Brothers and sisters, they're living far apart. Although Mama's gone, she's right there in her heart. We're all gonna pull together and stay in the holy place. I remember Mama in the happy way. I remember Mama in the happy way. Grandma, I miss you. Dad, I miss you too. For those of us who lost loved ones, you know what I'm talking about, right? Yeah. Lord Almighty. Yeah. Now Mama is sleeping in the bosom of Jesus Christ. Somehow I know she's smiling at us right now. One day I see her again, happy I will be. I remember Mama in the happy way. I remember Grandma in the happy way. I remember Dada in the happy way. I remember you all.
First, you need to open the video side or bottom of the video player. Look for the chat where you can type your message. Bottom of the video click inside the chat box. This is where you can type your message. Type out what you want to say. Click inside the chat box. You can type and use your keyboard to type out what you want to say. Or even ask questions. You can type once you've typed your message. Press the enter key on your keyboard or click the send button. Your comment will then appear in the chat for everyone watching the live stream to see. If you want to send another comment, just type it in the chat box again and press enter or send. Your new comment will show up below your previous one.
Good day. So a post-mortem examination conducted on the body of 9-year-old Kelsey Ferragon has found that she died by strangulation. The examination also reportedly found that the child was raped and hair strands from her alleged killer, Giovanni Ellis, were found on her body. Frankly speaking, the post-mortem report details of the brutal death are likely to reignite feelings of horror, disgust, and revulsion about what happened to an innocent child a week ago in Joe Blaine, Spanish Town. Frankly speaking, it was one more of those horrible incidents that shocked the nation, drew condemnation from many quarters, and simultaneously led to hand-wringing as well as calls for vengeance. And there were many Jamaicans who just wanted to find ways to better protect our children. Good day, this is the 167th episode of the Frankly Speaking Jamaica podcast. Desmond Richards and Winnie Anderson Brown are scheduled to be with us today. Our special guest is children's advocate, Diane Gordon Harrison. Frankly speaking, the Office of the Children's Advocate is one of those parts of the social and legal architecture of Jamaica to protect children in this country. But is the issue really, though, about laws and the protection of children? Or is there something really seriously rotten at the core of society or in our relations one with the other? Some people have even raised the sex offenders registry, as the OCA has done. Is that really a part of the problem even? Later in the program, we will speak about the National Water Commission's decision to stop sharing water quality reports with the KCMC, and also the decision of the Supreme Court that the multiple states of public emergency imposed between January 2018 and February 2023 were unconstitutional and void. We remind you to subscribe to the channel and share the podcast with your friends and relatives. We welcome your questions and comments during and after the show, as shown at the head of the podcast. We'll be welcoming Mrs. Gordon, we hope, in a very short while. Not sure she's with us yet. Oh, yes, she is. Welcome, Mrs. Gordon Harrison.
Thank you so much for having me. Good to be on the panel. Hello, Mrs.
Right, beautiful. Thank you. Hello. Please tell us what about your office and what's the core of the work of the Office of the Children's Advocate.
All right. So first of all, good afternoon again to you and all your listeners to this very insightful and important program. So in brief, the Office of the Children's Advocate is a commission of the Jamaican Parliament that was established under the Child Care and Protection Act to ensure that the rights of children are protected, and perhaps very importantly, that there is a mechanism in place to enforce the protection of those rights. And so what that means is that if anyone violates the right of a child or compromises a child's best interests, there is a legal framework that allows us to hold that person accountable. And that accountability may be through the more popular or more well-known rubric of having somebody charged. For example, if a child has been violated in terms of their sexual autonomy and there has been an abuse, then that perpetrator can be held accountable before the court. But very importantly as well, where there isn't a single criminal person responsible, but we can institute a lawsuit on behalf of the child to recover damages, we also have the ability to do that. And very proactively, as well as part of our function, is that we issue guidance and recommendations and advice to different ministers of government, the Parliament as a whole, when it comes on to any legislation, policy, or practice that could impact children. And then, of course, also to the heads of relevant governmental authorities that treat with children. We provide that kind of proactive guidance to ensure that whatever is being implemented conforms with the various rights of children. And of course, through a child-sensitive perspective and lens, we ensure that the practices do not have the capacity to occasion any harm to our children. We also have a public education role, which is really carried out by interacting directly with children so they know what their rights are and the corresponding responsibilities to those rights. And of course, very particularly as well, we target persons who provide guidance and care to children. So that could be parents, it could be teachers, and any other caregiver, so that they know what the rights are and what not to do, in terms of ensuring that they're providing the best supervision and guidance for those children. And we advise members of the public as well. So essentially, we are an entity that provides legal redress and access and support for children. We do investigations when cases are reported, and we have a proactive responsibility, which we carry out by doing routine inspections. Some of these are announced and some of them are unannounced, because we want to ensure that different institutions and services that cater to children are complying with certain minimum standards that will ensure that children can access the best care. And so in a nutshell, that is the role of the Office of the Children's Advocate.
Wow. It's big, but let me just ask you in the context of Ms. Peregrine, that are you involved in that fundamental right, the protection of the right to life, the protection of the right to life of a child.
Absolutely. So when it comes on to any right at all that a child has, we have a responsibility to be involved in whatever way is appropriate. So if, for example, we recognize that there is a particular threat that could compromise the child's right to life because the child is being put in harm's way, or specific things are done to expose the child to situations that could negatively impact the right to life, then we can intervene at the front end by seeking to have that threatening action cease. And that could be going to court to get an injunction. It could be speaking to the head of a relevant authority to disrupt a particular practice, or it could be making agitation for the particular parent or caregiver who is so exposing the child to be placed before the court for the action to be disrupted. Not so much so, in a punitive way, but to see if the child can be removed from the environment that is putting risk towards the child. At the back
in a case like Miss Young Miss Ferrigan now,
yes.
do you have any role? Did you have any role in this? Or is it just a watching brief?
All right. Well, in this particular instance, the worst has happened. And so this is what is going on too, because this now would not be a proactive intervention, because regrettably, Kelsey has passed. And so in these circumstances, what we would be doing is, particularly because she had a 5-year-old sibling and her 16-year-old who discovered her body, her 16-year-old brother is also a child under the law, because of course our jurisdiction goes up to 18 years. We would be intervening with the family to see what support we can give to those 2 surviving children who are in the family. Also, there was a visit to the St. John's Primary School where Kelsey was a student. And you would imagine that the secondary trauma that those students who were her friends and even just schoolmates who may not have interacted with her directly may also be very much affected because of the trauma that this terrible situation has unleashed within that community. So we provide that kind of support. And then, of course, any kind of administrative, minimal financial support that we're able to give to assist with a decent kind of send-off for Kelsey would be considered. In cases, though, not so much on all fours with Kelsey, where death has arisen, and so the child's right to life has been compromised, we have in the past had an individual who is identifiable whom we can institute legal proceedings against. And I raised, just by way of example, a motor vehicle accident where a bus driver was driving particularly recklessly. And as a result of that, there was a collision and a youngster died. And we were able to institute proceedings against the bus driver and the owner of the vehicle for having, breached the duty of care that was owed to all passengers, and then, of course, resulted in the child's death. So there are some instances, depending on the circumstances of the case, where we can take that sort of action. In this instance, it wouldn't apply, because I'm sure you would have heard, like the rest of Jamaica, that the primary suspect is no longer in the land of the living. And so that would not apply here. But it just depends on the complexion of the case, the particular circumstances that would dictate how we seek to redress or seek redress for the compromising of the child's right to life.
I want to ask a question and make a comment here. Mrs. Gordon Harrison, I got it right. Yes, I stopped at Harris. When you talk about the children at that school, I want to share that it's not only those children that have been seriously affected. All the children who have heard and the adults across the island. Even today, we were talking about it with our children. So is there any way that your reach can be further away, not just at the location where things happen, but right across where children are affected, those who watch the news, those who have seen pictures on social media, those children are traumatized as well. So is there any way to reach them?
I would like to
Yeah.
add to that by saying that based on the data released last week, that over 2,000 students, children have been molested. The question is, Mrs. Harrison, your organization, is it equipped, prepared with resources to address the issues facing Jamaican children?
Right. So I think resources are always, a concern because the scope of the need is always going to be greater than any one institution. So I'd like to start there with a very practical response. So yes, we have some resources, but our resources are not infinite. What we do, however, is create effective strategies through which to see if we can maximize our reach and ensure that as many children as possible are being served. Where our immediate resources can't stretch, then of course there is a very active partnership that we have with a number of stakeholders who can augment the services that we provide directly. In relation to reaching children farther afield, again, we can't be in every single community every day. We can't speak to every child face to face every day. And so one of the ways that we have sought to expand that reach is through digital means and through other remote avenues. For example, if you visit the Office of the Children's Advocate's social media pages, we are extremely active and we're very responsive to the national crisis. And so even though we have an ongoing program where we share tips of how to cope with different aspects of trauma, how to deal with things that are affecting children, how to have them encouraged to say, how to even seek self-help within the context of a guidance counselor or some other process. We also have a very responsive mechanism. So in this case, where Kelsey has died, for instance, our messages now would be much more targeted to how children can cope with trauma, to how children who have been affected can seek to speak about difficult things, and equally important, how those adults who are in their lives can seek to pick up on any changes in the temperament of their child, in the disposition, any particular means through which they can unearth the concerns that their children may not feel so empowered to speak about, so that we are providing that kind of guiding hand. And thirdly, in a bid to reach children farther afield, the Office of the Children's Advocate now operates a 24-hour child and teen helpline that operates 7 days per week and is staffed with counselors and psychologists who respond immediately to children. And we provide the feedback to them through the means through which they reach us. So if they call us on the toll-free number because they want to speak to somebody.
Can you tell us what that toll-free number is?
Yes, it's 1-888 SAFE-SPOT, because the name of the helpline is SAFE-SPOT. That's SAFESPOT. And if they call that number, they are immediately linked to a counselor or psychologist. There's no operator, no secretary. Once they call that number, they're answered by a psychologist. We also provide this. Yes?
But
No, go ahead.
Mrs.
Harrison. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Mrs. Harrison.
Yes.
Mrs. Harrison, what strategy that you can find to deal with a situation where, based on the data, a significant number of child molesters are relatives and persons who are close to the children? So in cases, father-in-law, brothers, sisters, cousins, they are the main molesters. What strategy is there to address that?
The major preventative strategy, not only in Jamaica, but in a number of jurisdictions, has to be public education. Knowledge is power, and sharing the information with our various communities, our parents, our school administrators, and in fact, any adult who has to deal with children is to just let them know what the facts are. And that is that overwhelmingly all across the world, it has always been that it is persons who know children and who have access to them are more greatly represented in the data as perpetrators, both alleged and convicted. And so the number one strategy has to be very targeted and creative public education strategies. For example, we have a school tour that the Office of the Children's Advocate operates right across the island. And in those school tours, we're engaging students, we're engaging teachers and other professionals within the school space. And in some instances, depending on how the school helps us to organize it, parents, so they know what the threats are. The other way is to have the digital campaign where we can't be in every school every day because that's just not feasible, but to really advertise how we can share tips that persons can use to keep their children safe. The third strategy is through a plethora of collateral material that we have developed at the Office of the Children's Advocate, which is very specific to different categories of exploitation and abuse that children in Jamaica are at risk of. And so that to me is the number one strategy, so that persons are aware that it's no longer just stranger danger, but it is that you have to really look at very creative and effective supervisory protection when you talk about who you leave your children with. It can't just be because it's Uncle Joe, it's all right, or because it's Mary Lou, nothing is going to happen. It is really looking very seriously at all the adults who have immediate access to your children. It's also looking at their commute to and from school. Who are you entrusting them with or to? And it is also very importantly about teaching parents and other caregivers to help children find their voice, so that if something happens that is untoward, they are empowered to disclose that to a trusted adult so that the situation can be really explored before it gets too far down the wicket.
Before you go any further, sorry, I am interrupting because of the number, a part of the problem that we have in Jamaica. Now, we don't have the number to call. 1-888 Safe Spot does not give everyone the number. You need to say what all the numbers are.
Okay, I can do that for you if you give me a moment.
Yes, and that is important to share.
Right, and I was also interrupted with a question because I was going to give the other channels through which to reach Safe Spot, which I think is very important because children actually told us what they needed if they were going to actually use the line. And it's not the toll-free number, I'll tell you that. So in any event, it is 1-888 Safe Spot, which translates to 1-888 7233 776.
So that's 1-888-723-3776. We're going to try to put it on the screen a little later before the program.
Yes, it is here. And I interrupt with
Sorry, can I just finish with the other medium,
just
please?
a number. I'm just saying why. Because it is important. Because it happens all the time in Jamaica. You notice it's another step to go from letters to numbers. And that poses a problem for a number of persons, and a number of things are done that way. So I want to make that clear. I am done.
All right, thank you so much. The other channels through which to reach Safe Spot and the overwhelming way that children actually communicate now is through text. As you know, it's a texting nation. They don't necessarily call. And so they send us direct messages through Instagram or through, Snapchat, right? And our Instagram handle is at SafeSpotJA. And there is also a text line that they provide us that provides them with direct access. And I'm going to share that text line with you because that's our WhatsApp number.
Okay.
Yes, and that number is 876 439 5199. And our hashtag, I think, says it all. Just call, WhatsApp, or DM. Help is here. Link up anytime. And so we provide 24-hour access to children to help them cope with whatever it is that's bothering them. Whether it is
439-5109 is your WhatsApp number.
no 5199.
Yes, I've written them down. I'm going to give them to Joshua just in case he has not picked them up, so we can continue there. But I wanted to take up on a part of the question that Desmond asked earlier, Mrs. Gordon Harrison. Particularly, you mentioned that resources are not infinite. That's fine, but you say you do investigations, for example, sometimes unannounced. What number of people you need for that? And what number of investigators do you really have? That's the first part of the question. And the second part of it, following up on Desmond's question again, is since these are not strangers who are so often abusing children, sexually in particular, how important is the sex offenders registry, which I heard you raise as well again recently? How important is that in this whole scheme of things?
All right, so I'll start with the second question first. So as you know, we do have a sex offenders registry in Jamaica. At the moment, it is generally what would be described as a closed registry because it's not open to John public. It is open, however, to persons who make a direct request of the registrar for the purposes of checking to see if there's any named individual who is on the register. So for example, if you are employing a teacher or a caregiver or someone who is going to be a coach, for example, and you know his name is John Brown, you can make a request to the keeper of the records to see if John Brown of so-and-so is listed as a sex offender, because you want to ensure that the person you're engaging is fit and proper, which is different from what happens, for example, in many of the states in the US where everybody knows, you know, the person who works at the grocery store, everybody knows that a sex offender lives here. Our situation arose, and I like to share the context, because of Jamaica's relatively small population and the history of really having a penchant over the years for taking justice into one's hands. Jungle justice is not something that's foreign to Jamaica. And so that was one of the primary considerations for having the register structured the way it is. I raised my comments, however, in the context of not only Kelsey's death, but a number of other instances where we see persons who live right next door or who live in the community who are the ones that are harming children, unknown to persons who are other members within that space who are coexisting with them. And so I said, perhaps it is time for us to have a relook, not necessarily to have it fully accessible by John Public, but perhaps through a more structured way, perhaps through citizens associations, perhaps through the mayor of the parish or the custos of each parish or something, you know, to say if there is a registered sex offender that is going to be living in community X or community Y, that there needs to be a more proactive kind of monitoring is a strong word, but just a way of sensitizing, you know, residents that they need to be a little bit more diligent because, you know, this reality has existed. But I think it's something that requires a lot of discussion and
Mrs.
a lot
Harrison,
from different perspectives.
Mrs. Harrison, you know something? It might be necessary to make that information available, you know, to everybody, because the offender, this might be a warning to offenders that, listen, don't do these things, because what I am doing, I am exposing myself to danger. In other words, what I'm saying, it might be something that will tame, will put fear in sex of those who sexually molest children.
Yes, that is one perspective. But as I say, there are many perspectives that I believe would have to be discussed and assessed within the context of just how Jamaica operates in a very, practical way. So, I mean, that you have expressed is a very popular sentiment, and it has value. And I think that there are other sentiments that may not be on all fours with what you have expressed that we would also have to consider within the context of the size of our population and, just the reality that sometimes persons may be, it means then that this would be, we'd have to weigh in the balance with when we speak about rehabilitation and all these other things. Is it that we're saying no, that, once a man has gone a particular way, he can never ever be rehabilitated, which, again, is a countervailing view that I think would have to be put into the mix. So I think we need to have all the varying views contend, and then we distill what has to be an effective strategy within our particular context.
Your investigators, you were going to talk to us about the numbers.
Yes. So currently we have 9 investigators, which has certainly demonstrated a growth.
9 for the whole island?
Yes, 9 for the whole island. Oh. And it has, certainly been an increase, because I can tell you the numbers were even more modest before. And so this is where I think the reality of really defining what it is you are established to do is very effective, because whenever there is a criminal matter, we're not necessarily the first port of call. We have a very effective and capable constabulary force and a specialized unit known as CISOCA, the Center for the Investigation of Sexual Offenses and Child Abuse, that actually does those reports and investigations mainstream. So it sounds small, but when you realize that we're not investigating every single case, it puts things in context a little bit. Could we do it more? Absolutely. But as I said, we try to quote up the island, if you will. We look at the various counties, and we have our investigators try to work within the context of prioritizing matters, for one, and also doing very in-depth and collaborative work. So we have teams that work within the office and try to cover what needs to be covered. And then we work in partnership with a number of other entities, including also the Office of the Public Defender and INDICOM, where we have transgressions being reported against minors. So it's a collaborative approach that we have to embrace as a part of our strategy, even as we continue to make the case for an expanded set of human resources.
I have to throw in this question from a viewer. She's asking, how would the OCA have helped? How could the OCA have helped to prevent the horror that Kelsey endured?
We couldn't, and that's the sad truth. We were not with the perpetrator. We would not have known that the perpetrator would have even thought of doing something like this. So in terms of a specific intervention that we could have made on Job Lane to prevent this happening on Friday of last week, we just could not have done it. And so it goes back to what has to be a macro approach. So certain questions, for example, who were the adults in the home at the time? How long were the children without adult supervision? What was the context of, the physical safety of the space? All of these things are things that we discuss, and we are very, very clear on when we're dealing with what I cited before as the way to help build up the system of protection around our children. And that is having persons who provide care for children, like parents and caregivers, know that you can't take anything for granted. Know that you always have to have an effective system of protection around your child, knowing that you can't trust people. And so if parents start to be a little bit more vigilant, it helps with increasing the rubric of protection around the nation's children. So
and
it
the fact
really
that,
is family and
the fact that the fact that the accused was charged for an offense, was on bail, as a matter of fact. The community did not know that. If the community knew that this is a man who's supposed to be watched, I'm sure that, or I believe then, that eyes would be on him. But
Right.
he was there. He was there as an innocent person and someone who should have been watched carefully and not allowed around children.
Yes, you realize though that the sex offenders registry would not have cured that mischief, because you only get registered as a sex offender after you have gone through a trial and you have been found guilty and convicted for the offense. So a mere charge, though it is serious, is not enough to get you registered on the sex offender
But
registry.
it was said that this man had been convicted prior.
I don't know of that. I know that what I understand is that he was charged for a sexual offense and he was granted bail by the court. And so this instance with Kelsey occurred whilst
The way all the sex registry is operating now, it is protecting sex people who sexually molest children. And it is my view, and I'm sure that a lot of people share this view, that those who molest children sexually should not be protected. They should be exposed. And
even after they have served their time, Desmond, they have been convicted, sentenced. You don't do that. You don't treat murderers that way. You have a register for murderers. You have a register for a lot of scammers. You have a register for people who beat up people. You have registers for that?
No, we don't have a registry for that. But one of the things that I want you to note, that what you are doing, you are compromising the future, the life of children. When you sexually molest a child, it is different from when you sexually molest an adult. Children are our future, and therefore we must do whatever is possible to protect the future. Remember, one of the things that we are facing right now, I don't hear the leaders talking about that, and this is a Caribbean situation. The young men in the Caribbean, all over the Caribbean, they are wasting, They are the ones who are driving the crime in the Caribbean. And remember, the natural cycle that we have is the young must replace the old. When the young men when we destroy the lives of our children, it's something we are really impacting negatively the future of our nation. It must stop.
This is timely for after Desmond. Someone is saying, Marva Hewitt, welcome Marva. She's saying, I also share your view, Desmond. So you have someone cheering you on, Desmond, saying yes.
Okay. Mrs. Gordon-Harrison, I needed to ask you now about how you respond, whether it is your office or the office, and Joshua has kindly put up the numbers on the screen there. Up there, right? Mrs. Gordon-Harrison can tell us that they're right. Is it your office or is that the office of the?
Sorry, I didn't hear that. You broke.
Sorry?
I didn't.
Yeah, I was just asking, is it your office
I'm not
or the
hearing the
office of
question.
the CPFSA that deals with, for example, see children on the street? For example, I've seen this in the town of Ocho Rios. Children on the street with their mother. The mother is there and two children are with her. She's really begging, or maybe she's even trying to sell. Whose office, who deals with that, and how is that dealt with when in the office?
All right, so right. So at face value, those children would be seen to be children who may be in need of care and protection, which means there needs to be an assessment of what's happening in terms of the ability of the parents to take care of them on a day-to-day basis. And so the CPFSA is the agency that deals with those care and protection applications, simply because if there is an assessment that is done and it is found that the parents are not able to care for the children, or the children are in danger, so to speak, social danger that is, and no meals aren't being provided on a regular basis, or they're not going to school, etc., then the CPFSA can place those matters before the court for another relative to step in to take care of the children, or if there is no such other relative or familiar person, then the CPFSA, which primarily runs children's homes and places of safety, will place the child in that kind of facility so that the care and the going to school and the meals and all of that can come on stream. So it is really something for, in terms of on-the-ground intervention, the CPFSA, where
Because
we
see quite a few of those across the country, and it doesn't seem much is being done about it at all.
Yeah, it continues to be a problem. Sometimes you will see some of the same faces disappear for a bit, and then they're replaced by other faces. And then sometimes there's a little hiatus, and the same faces that disappeared reappear. So it is a consistent challenge, and one that requires ongoing assessment and intervention. I know in the past there have been instances where the police have to be a part of the intervention, because sometimes it is not a willing kind of engagement that takes place. And so there's a resistance sometimes that comes to play. But that is an ongoing challenge, and one that we have to look at, because what is also true is that it's not every child who is on the road with mommy and daddy, or with mommy alone, who is perhaps in danger. Sometimes when you do the intervention and you speak to them, they have actually come from school, but mommy sells afternoon star and there's nobody at home to stay with the child. So instead of having the child at home alone, where anything can happen, as we have seen, the child is on the street sitting down on a bucket while mommy is at the stoplight selling newspapers, waiting for them to go home. So as I say, prima facie, at face value, it seems as if this is the case, but every case really has to be looked at and an assessment made to determine what is really happening and what is the intervention that is required.
All right, we're coming to the end of this section. So before my colleagues jump in and ask their final question, I just wanted to ask you, what is your sense of, is the treatment of children in Jamaica, generally, the treatment of children in Jamaica, getting better over this period since you have been head of the Children's Advocates Office?
I think there have been improvements, and there have also been disappointments. We see generally a great inconsistency, if there is such a thing, because in Jamaica, there's so many different realities and different pockets and different circumstances that children find themselves in. So in some quarters, children are thriving, children are achieving, they're in school, they're well adjusted socially, and they have adults in their lives who really mean them well and are providing them with that foundation that they need to spring off and be amazing. We have children too at the other end of the spectrum who are not being cared for consistently, who are being exposed to all sorts of negative influences, not just physical abuse, but there is rampant emotional abuse, where children are told that they're nothing, that they can't achieve, that they're less than, and all these things that really affect the psyche of children, affect how they see themselves, and really belittle their efforts. And that translates into a lifelong kind of baggage that they have. And then we have the situation in the middle, whereby children are being supported and everything goes well generally, but then there is one consistent situation that is negative, and it's coming from someone who is very central in their lives. So they have all the trappings of everything that should go right, but at the core of it, there is something that's coming from an individual whom they attach a lot of influence and import to, and that one intervention is making them have a lot of self-doubt. So it's a mixed bag. We're making gains. I mean, before we never had cases that we could get money for children when their rights have been affected. So we're making gains, but there's still a lot of work left to be done.
I can give Franklin an answer to that. In Jamaica, there are two categories of people who are maltreated: the elderly and the young. I saw, for example, the Minister of Social Security in the House last week making a grand statement about increases for elderly. $400 and $600 is the increase. No, pensions. No, one of the things that I sit and I ask myself, when we talk about money, one of the fundamental questions we must ask ourselves, anytime we're talking about money, is what it can buy. Because if in Jamaica, $400, what can $400 buy? And $600. So you're talking about increase for elderly. And what you're giving them is $400 and $600
per month.
No. Yes. We don't treat young children and old people well in Jamaica.
Might well be. When you want to take those comments before?
Yes. That looks like Loy. May I have back that comment from Loy? Yes. Yes. This looks like Loy Esther. JP, she says, what is being done in communities across the country to assist families with this growing problem? That's a question. And may we just take the one from Marva as well? Marva Hewitt says, I have to say CFSA appears to be failing the vulnerable. We need to do much better. I stopped at C. You see, one of the challenges when you use acronyms or abbreviations. Yes?
CPFSA.
Right. So that is what slowed me down. Because
do you want to take that one too quickly, just before Mrs. Sarson makes her final comments, wrap-up comments?
Yes, what is being done in communities across the country to assist families with the growing problem? I read that one before from Loy Esther.
Right.
Yes.
And I'm assuming that the growing problem is that of sexual abuse of our children. Yes. I'm going to assume that's what it is. All right. So as I said, parish by parish in various communities, we have our OCA school tours from our perspective. And we also have a community intervention called OCA Do Road, where we actually are in the highways and the central places of various communities. So it could be a community bar that everybody goes to. It could be the taxi stand, it could be by the clock, it could be in the market. And we literally engage persons right there on the spot to tell them about the issues that we're seeing based on the reports that we're getting from their particular community, and also to hear what issues they have and give them practical strategies on the ground as to what to do. As I said, we have also developed a number of, I wouldn't even call it a brochure, but little information packs that deal with specific issues. One that comes to mind is one entitled, How to Prevent Your Child from Being Sexually Abused. And we have actual tips in that to tell parents what they can do depending on the age of the child to prevent sexual abuse. We also have one that speaks about what to do if you discover that this has happened, so that the help that the child will need, which has to be very immersive care, psychosocial support, and a quick response, we take parents and caregivers through the steps as to what to do if they discover that this happens. We have another one that talks about how to get your child to speak to you, how to get your child to raise what may be a very daunting issue about something, not necessarily an actual act of sexual abuse, but something that made them feel uncomfortable, something that made them feel a little bit iffy around a relative or a neighbor, so that you can know how to shift up your arrangement and how you interact with that person when it comes on to your child. So those community interventions are some of the practical ways that we do it face to face. As I said, I think I've said it repeatedly now as well, We have a very active social media presence where we give tips on a weekly basis. And we really encourage persons to log on to oca.gov.jm to see those tips and also to go to SafeSpot JA so that you can see actual things that you can do to help prevent. And if God forbid it does happen, actual tips now on what to do when you have so discovered so we can deal with the repair in a very effective way.
Okay, we want to thank you very much for sharing with us, sharing the insights, sharing the work of the Office of the Children's Advocate. I am very grateful to you, and we have the numbers. I'm sure Joshua is going to show them again before the end of the program. 1-888-723-3776 for those who want to use the phones. That's 1-888 Safe Spot. Winnie doesn't like it put that way. And then we also have 439-5199. And Joshua will put them up again. We want to commend your office to the nation, Mrs. Gordon Harrison, and thank you very much for spending time with us, taking us through these issues of how you work with the children of Jamaica.
Thank you for having me. All the best.
Yes.
Okay, a special thanks to her. Now, Desmond has some issues that the National Water Commission, NWC, has taken a decision which has met with the approval of the minister responsible for water, Matthew Samuda, that it will no longer share reports of water quality with the Kingston and St. Andrew Municipal Corporation. Desmond has some issues with that. Over to you, Desmond.
Well, first of all, I find it unacceptable for the state agency responsible for water to deny sharing information about water quality with the elected representatives of the people. One of the things that we must remember, the councillors at the corporation, the municipality, they were elected by the people of the corporate area to serve their interests. And what I do recall is that the council, in doing that, they raised issues based on a report that the Water Commission submitted to the council, in which there were problems with the water quality, right? Okay, that's the end of today's show. Thanks to all my listeners and viewers. Yes. Thanks to my technical operator, Kevin. And as usual, I believe, to the best of my knowledge, we had an accident-free weekend. There were no fatalities. Let's keep it up. Murders are down 42%. That's very good. Very, very good. But the killings continued though. There are some brutal killings. Yes. So stay safe. Stay safe. Remember, you can see today's program, yes, on Google, yes, and on YouTube. Remember, you can, if you miss the live presentation, it is all there for you. So until Wednesday, keep safe. This is Rebel Radio, and I am Desmond Richards.
Never gonna tease her. Bang bang. You don't know it's a rubber dub 8 tonic wine, the finest wine. So all of the man them wanna tune into the wine here, you know. You say if you don't want to go long and strong, you just tune into rubber dub.
Tools, hardware and supplies is holding up the heat this summer with their super saving summer sale. Prices are slashed on everything you need to fix up your home. Beautiful tiles, sleek doors, top quality windows, modern sanitary ware, exclusive flooring and more. At Tools, hardware and supplies, we have you covered for the summer.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hard Hills.
Oh, Jamaica rise, we're built with fire, passion and vibes, and through it all there's a glow inside. Let's keep our shine alive.
From the market to the factory floors, from the hillside green to golden shores.
We're rich in heights, our energy that lights the sky. Shine bright, Jamaica. Shine bright, Jamaica. Feel the rhythm, we're on track. Feel it, feel it. Together we rise, together we climb. JPS Jamaica, together we shine.
Shine from the ends, shine with your family, shine with your friends. Light up the streets and make the vibes blend. Yo, JPS and make the shine never end.
He's always there for me. Yeah, yeah. So no matter what the circumstances may be, no, God is always there for me. Yeah, through the sunshine or through the rain, through the pleasure or through the pain, God is always there for me. So I met this old man. He was so poor, didn't hold no bed, so we slept on the floor. He's always smiling, never heard him complain. He said I've proven God again and again. So no matter what the circumstances